So, welcome back from the break, everybody. We're about to get into the second half of the day here at Blast Premier. It is time for North America, and we're going to get into the winner bracket final. Evil Geniuses versus MIBR, South America versus North America. A lot on the line, obviously, because there's a whole lot of money on the line, too. But I'm your host, Semler. I'm not alone in this. Maniac and Sponge joining me here on the desk. How's it going, fellas? You doing well?
It's going amazingly well. I mean, there's been a little bit of rain outside. It's just got a bit colder. I appreciate that.
Oh, it's midsummer, didn't you know? That's how it works here.
What does that mean? It rains on the longest day in summer for you guys?
It always rains on midsummer.
Is that how it works?
Always rains. Yeah, that's exactly how it works. And then today, it's a beautiful sunny day outside. It's like the first sunny midsummer I think I've had here in like 8 years.
Okay, that's odd. Well, I have coffee because otherwise I think I'd be quite hard to deal with right now. So let's hope it can give me the second wind we all need.
This is you on your best behavior. Yeah.
He's really trying his best. We gotta appreciate it.
Well, let's take a look at the North American bracket. What's going on over there? Because this has been a spicy one. Furia versus MIBR, that was a 2-0 that led to MIBR getting into this winner bracket final. And Evil Geniuses taking down Team Liquid 2-1. And so this is it, the head-to-head match, the culmination, and a spot on the grand finals on the line. And well, also a chance at picking up this massive, massive first place prize purse. $160,000 here for first place at Blast Premier in the North American bracket. And so a lot on the line for these teams. And MIBR, they're looking for redemption. EG, same story right now. Who is going to be the top dog? Everybody's talking about Furia. Furia are in the lower bracket. It's about these two teams right now.
Yeah, I mean, this bracket was really unpredictable because I believe that the Furia versus Liquid game, if you'd ask 100 people, probably 85 of them would have told you this was going to be the grand final of the NA Spring Finals, right? So we got caught off guard, obviously. In a winner bracket final, we have EG versus MIBR. But both of these teams, even though they've been a little bit inconsistent, they have had very good series recently. For MIBR, that was against EG, specifically on the Showdown 2 weeks ago. They beat them in 3 maps, and the way they did it was quite impressive. And for EG, in the men that we have on your screen right here, that was the demolition, nay, the destruction, nay, the abolition of Liquid in 3 maps.
And that's what we're excited about, right? Is the addition of Zeus to this team, the fact that it feels like he's getting them to work once more. You heard a little bit of that sentiment coming out of the camp when we had the interview the other day, getting them to focus on up here. And the team looked at least revitalized as far as the fraggers were concerned, right? Ethan playing well, Breeze had some moments, Cirque with the AWP looking good. So these are all the signs that we look for when we need a good EG. Now, their playstyle, it's live or die, or at least it was, by their stars. And if their stars don't show up, then things for EG get messy. They have to grind out rounds. It's very gritty Counter-Strike. I'm hoping the addition of Zeus, he can actually take the reins of this team a little bit more, because I know that Stan is a very strong in-game leader, but I'd like to see Zeus maybe getting a little bit more control and maybe a little bit more game plan heavy as he works with this team going forward.
Well, you can be certain that Zeus and Evil Geniuses are going to have the analysts backing them up, going through the demos, taking the time to go through and actually find that strategic evidence, because you know that Zeus has used it in the past. He's very perceptive. He is one of those hands-on coaches on the strategic side as well, picking up on tendencies of the opponents. So you know he's going to have everything there on EG's side to back him up and to help him, well, lead. I think that's the main thing here that we were looking for on EG. Him joining up may actually be that 1-2 combination punch of leadership that Evil Geniuses needed to tip the scales their way. So they took Team Liquid down. That was a fantastic win over Team Liquid. You know, we heard from Stewie this morning, a bit of a struggle there for them. It's not exactly the best of times, but now they have a little bit of room to work with to improve. But going into this, I mean, what do you think has Zeus's impact been, Maniac? What are we thinking here as far as what he brings to the team?
What I was going to say when we were mentioning Zeus, that to me, he seems like the total package. I think it's quite clear what Zeus can bring to a team, and he's shown in the past he's had a lot of success. For me, I'm kind of getting to know the guy. I'm getting to know what he does for a team, because I have this very amazing opportunity to listen to their team speak, right? So I feel like Zeus not only makes sure that everyone is in the right mindset and he picks them up when everyone is a bit deflated, when the motivation really isn't here, he'll come in with a speech. But I think he also helps Stan being I would say, as simple as possible. And sometimes IGL have the tendency to get in their heads and trying to be too complicated, double guessing or rather overthinking the situation. I think that Zeus from the outside has this ability to say, you know what, we should just do this. This is going to be enough. If we do an A split now, that should work. Don't make it too complicated. He has this ability to keep it simple. And I think for an IGL, it's always nice to have someone that's calm and can find the easy solutions.
We got the juicy Brazilian thread to tug on there, don't we?
That's exactly what I was going to you there for, Chad. What do we got in terms of the Brazilian thread to pull from? Okay, hold on. Before we get into the Brazilian thread, let's go ahead and quickly hear from Evil Geniuses. Some of the players, Cirque and Breezy, took the time to have an interview with us going into this match, and so we're going to go ahead and give that a listen.
But this matchup versus MIBR, last time it was incredible, super close. Do you feel like you guys are in a better spot this time, especially map pool wise over them?
I don't know. I assume the maps will be the same, or at least 2 of the maps will be the same. I also feel like last time we had to close it out on Inferno, but all 3 maps were very, very close. It will be close again. It will just come down to whoever makes less mistakes. Honestly, like it's gonna be a close match for sure, and it's gonna be a fun one.
And I think that's what many fans don't really understand and appreciate, right? There's a huge difference between the way you would play it on LAN and being in that environment, as well as just how the server reacts in that sense. But you guys are starting to find some success and confidence now online. So what has changed for you guys as a team?
Well, I mean, we still had to go through some rough patches because obviously we added Zeus. So he's bringing a lot to the team. And he's changing our team up. So honestly, there's going to be that rough patch. But I know we're getting through it and we're looking better. So I think the team is really happy. Good for.
And how much of a confidence boost was that win over Liquid? Because it was incredibly dominant and you guys bounced back in style after that nuke game.
Yeah, it's a big win. Obviously, there's like that rivalry between us and Liquid and who's the best American team in NA. So it was very nice to bounce back after that map 1. So yeah, I think we're all really happy to get that win.
And does that rivalry mean that you guys are going to take the jersey colors now? Because you're looking kind of similar at the moment.
Yeah. So I guess you could say that very similar now.
No jokes aside, it's MIBR tonight, and last time they managed to beat you guys. How much do you think you've improved since then? Because we've been seeing improvements in them as a team, but last time it was super close, right? It came down to such small, minor details.
Yeah, it was obviously a very close game. I think everyone on our team feels like we should have won that game. Honestly, like if we just clean up our mistakes, like I think the game will go completely different this time. If we don't make those same mistakes, I think it'll be a very one-sided game, just like you saw against Liquid.
Indeed, a very one-sided game. And, well, a lot of us have predicted EG to win, so we would sure be happy about that. But, Chad, do we think it's possible? Do we think that MIBR are going to let this be a one-sided game, or are the Brazilians going to come out swinging?
They're definitely going to come out swinging, right? There's a lot of fire in the belly recently, as we've seen on the internet in the last couple of days for sure. But that thread that I was talking about was the fact that Zeus, for those of you who maybe aren't too familiar, was the coach of MIBR not that long ago. You don't even have to reflect back that far to remember his dismissal from the team. And this is the benefit that we're seeing for EG, getting to pick up someone with his experience, his caliber, and that type of a leader to have behind them. So for Zeus, he's going to be carrying a lot into this game, at least from a standpoint of, you kicked me from the team, you didn't want me anymore. Well, this is what you have to deal with now. And as we have the team on the screen right here, MIBR, the recent addition is TRK. Him and Taco, they're down towards the bottom of the stats, but one thing that I like in the sub 20 maps that these guys have played since the addition of TRK is the fact that KNG is the highest rated player. And I thought when KNG was joining this team back last year that he needed to be the star, right? He was the guy that excited me back over in Immortals. I thought that he had the fire in the belly, as it was, the passion, and the ability to help bring this team back from the dead. Now they're trending upwards, things are looking better, but look at all these scorelines. They're against North American teams and they're all very close. So this is good. They're still playing within their I guess, backyard, as it would, and the results are getting better and better. So this whole time of online Counter-Strike is probably a good thing for MIBR, all things considered.
Yeah, I agree. I have a hard time figuring out MIBR. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I'm looking at their results and it's like a roller coaster. I've seen games from them where they just give me the confidence once more. I'm talking about, like, obviously the game versus EG during the showdown, where I thought this is it. You know, TRK, he was actually the highest rated player in that game. He was being influential and super impactful at the end of each round. He never doubted himself, always his aim was very true. And then I see other games, I see them dropping BO3s versus Cloud9 or Gen G, and I'm thinking, I don't see it happening. I don't see the little changes in terms of playstyle. I think they're still stuck in their ways and how they approach Counter-Strike, and they live and die by the, I want to say, accuracy of their weapons. If I can reduce it to that, I don't really see a new way of thinking Counter-Strike, of approaching the maps. It's pretty much rehashed. We know what they do, but it doesn't mean that they can't do it right. It's just, I don't think it's enough quite yet.
Well, we had a chance actually to get a word in with some of the players before this match goes live. That's Fern Taco joining us for an interview.
And how much do you think you guys have improved since the last time you faced EG back in the showdown?
Well, I mean, against EG, when we played against them, was a tough match because they are like a really good player, a really good team. But I think we are improving as a team. I mean, like in the basic things, and like in the way we approach the game, because sometimes it's hard when you put like a new player in the team. But I think we are in the same page, and every time we are practicing, we know how to learn things and we know how to communicate with each other so we can improve faster. Because I mean, like our goal is to go to the major in Brazil, and of course, not just the major, but a lot of tournaments going. We will have to play, and I think we have to improve faster than the others because we are like behind them, and we know that we don't have like much time to improve. But I think everyone here is working hard, and I think we improved a lot like since the game against EG, and I think today is going to be a good match again.
Now, this EG match, right, last time it was truly something special for us to watch. So close, so many amazing rounds. But do you expect them to throw a curveball at you guys map pool-wise this time around?
Well, I don't know. I don't think there is like much to change in terms of map pool. I think we know I think we know what they're gonna pick against us and what they're gonna veto. So I don't think it's gonna be like super like surprise for us or for them as well. But I think it's gonna be a good match because EG, as I said, they are like a pretty good team, and every time you play against like super good players, it's like a super hard game and super entertaining to watch, super nice to watch. So I just expect like a good match, and let's see.
How is it going, like, where you're spending time on theory, tactical side, and scrims? Like, how many are you doing a day, and how have you planned it all out?
We are trying to practice less maps. We are trying to talk and study the game more and change stuff and talk about our preparation for the games that we're gonna play. Talk about the teams that we're gonna play against. Bring new stuff to our strat book. So it's not one man's job, it's everyone's job, and everyone knows that. So we always have everyone in the team bringing new stuff. KNG, TRK, Fur, Fallen, me, Dad, everyone's bringing new stuff. So we know that we have to change because just as everyone know, we can't practice against many teams, ENA especially. So we gotta find some different ways to make the practice productive, and we are actually having kind of success on that because we understood the situation. Instead of crying or being sad about it, we are trying to do something, and it's working for us.
So that's the question that we're really wondering here. It seems positive on both sides for both of these players, but I do tend to kind of side along the point that Maniac was making going into this, and that MIBR right now struggling to find an identity to rally around. It does really feel like click heads or die with this team. So, I mean, Chad, was there anything that stood out in the interviews for you there?
Yeah, a lot, especially with Taco talking about the theory side of things, because for me, MIBR, when they were known as Luminosity, SK, whatever you want to call them, back in the day when they were one of the teams or the best team in the world, it was built on the fact that they did a lot of theory. Everybody else was scrimming like 10 hours a day, and I remember the narrative coming out of the camp was the fact that they'd sit and talk through a whole lot of different mid-rounds. And the fact that they're going back to that, that's a good sign to me, because it means that they're actually going to be having these conversations that you need to have. If you rest on the laurels of the past, then you see what happens. This has happened many a time before, right? Fnatic dipped off, NIP dipped off, but all these names, with either player changes, roster changes, they're able to come back. And it's quite clear that the motivation by having a major in Brazil has lit the fire under these guys. That's a good sign as well. There's all these positives, but the biggest question mark for me is if they can match it with EG in the firepower, it's mid-round Counter-Strike, and I don't have any problems with MIBR in mid-round Counter-Strike. They make good decisions, they're good under pressure, and their players can hit flary shots. It's just about, can they match with the firepower to kick things off here today?
And so, actually, guys, we're going to change things up real quick. And instead of going to break, I think what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and have the pick and ban now. And so we'll have a little bit more time to discuss the maps. We'll have a little bit more time to theorize here and see where it's going to go. But I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to you guys now. And let's see, where does this battle take place?
All right. Keeping us on our toes. I appreciate that. Okay, let's talk about vetoes. I guess Nuke is not going to be here, and maybe I will never allow it. And I was going to say, would EG remove Vertigo or Overpass? They go for the Vertigo ban. Okay, I believe MIBR will go for Nuke. And now when it comes to maps, chat, there is something interesting about these teams. Dust2, Mirage, and Inferno are 3 of the most picked and played map for both teams. So where do they go in terms of picks?
Well, they were saying that they expect similar maps, right? Train cropped up last time round, so potentially that one coming through as a pick here, maybe on the MIBR side of things.
Yeah.
But what I saw yesterday, right, when I look at the way that EG were approaching, or the other day when EG were approaching, Inferno, I really like that. I really love this, because MIBR have had for the longest time this map at the top of their pool as one that they like to pick. But it's not one that's been really successful for it. They always seem a bit janky. They love to force the double AWP setup, especially now with KNG in the roster. And that's a very expensive way of going about things. Now, if you're the EG side of things, you don't need that. So they're able to bully with just rifles here. So where are we going to go? Train?
Oh, you have it.
There it is.
You're right on it. It's Train again coming in. And this time the double AWP, I mean, instead of being a liability, has to be like a bonus, or even has to be like the main weapon that they yield. Anytime we've seen MIBR having good results on Train, that was on the back of KNG being monstrous, and Fallen does what Fallen does with the AWP. So there, I agree with you. That's going to be obviously the main weapon now. The third map, I think both teams could agree to just shake hand and go on Mirage or Dust2.
Yeah, Mirage, I was going to say for EG, it's one that I think they can be good on, but they can also seem really flat on it. I'm not sure why. It's a map that should favor their aim stars, but they seem to struggle on it. Maybe Stan's not comfortable calling on the map. I don't know. But this is where I think potentially the third being Dust2. No, wait, Overpass is still in the pool. They're bluffing right now because MIBR with TRK in the roster. Yeah, okay, so it will be Dust2. MIBR is 0-3 with TRK and Overpass. So they're scared of that map too.
Right,
so it will be Dust2. Safe ground for everybody.
For a second, I thought maybe Overpass might be thrown as a curveball as a third, but Dust2 actually makes sense. So Inferno, Train, and Dust2 will be the playground, Semna.
Well, I'm a little bit shocked myself. It doesn't look like Evil Geniuses really play Overpass much, and yet that isn't going to be picked into it by MIBR. Maybe not wanting to play the mind games that came back to bite Nip with Vitality.
Well, also Taco said in the interview that they actually try and focus on fewer maps, but go deeper in it. So maybe Overpass is just the next step, and they haven't gotten there quite yet.
The Overpass results, though, that Sam was talking about, they're not bad. Their losses to Cloud9, who I think are a very good Overpass team, at least with their strategies and utility. And Liquid is one of the losses as well there for MIBR on that record. So they're losses that you could probably shrug off as, yeah, the other team's just better on that map. And they were close games as well. So didn't want to take the risk. Let's put it down to that.
You go to Dust2. Hey, it just plays into what we were just talking about and how you can rely on your crosshair here on Dust2. On a map like Dust2, you can have guys that pop off, and you can have guys that can play aggressive. CT side Dust2, getting aggro. I mean, come on, that's like Fur's entire toolkit right there. So if the aggression pays off for MIBR here, you got to feel like Dust2 is a pretty solid third map.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. But the problem is when we talk about MIBR and we're trying to push them to the top of Counter-Strike is that a few years back, and I agree with Chad, I do believe that having the best mid-round playstyle or game decision, or however you want to name it, that was enough. It used to be enough. MIBR, SK, Luminosity, they used to always make the difference in those scenarios. Every 3 versus 3 or even 4 versus 4 would go their way because they were playing it in a different way. The thing is now, the level field has just been upped completely. How the team approached the map tactically, everyone has just found new ways, found new details, new tricks here and there, new paradigm in how they approach the map. I don't really see that in MIBR. So Dust2, fair enough. It's probably one of the most basic map in how they approach it, and mid-round will be a key. But for the rest, it's just headshot is not enough to win in Counter-Strike anymore.
Well, unless you're EG. I think EG, if they just headshot across the board, then they should win this game, right? I think pound for pound, if we want to do that whole comparison, they should have MIBR covered. in that regard. But I've seen EG just get off to really slow starts. I've seen them flub certain scenarios that they shouldn't. And right here on your screen, we're comparing the two, I want to say primary AWPers. I don't really know who's primary AWPing over there for MIBR. One game it seems like it's Fallen, the next game it seems like it's KNG. At this point, it doesn't even really matter. They're both good AWPers, and having these two guys going toe-to-toe, very quick, right? Combat AWPers, they love to get stuck on in there. Cirque can be a difference maker, right? Cirque can actually carry a game on his own if he's feeling the timings, and the same can be said on this side of things. Fur, you were mentioning it just before, Semler. He loves the aggressive plays. He loves to get into the backline, and that kind of information he used to be able to get for the team when we're going back a couple of years. The remainder of the players were able to capitalize off that. That's not how Counter-Strike plays anymore. You know, we see a lot of people still going for those type of maneuvers, but look at Dust 2. Look what Na'Vi have done. They'll give up the entire map and just play long. So teams are well and truly aware of what territory can be taken in 2020, and they deal with that with caution. They're flashing, they're jiggling, they're getting themselves out of those deep holes. So Fur's aggression, that's probably one of the reasons it's tapered on off. Teams know it's coming. Teams are aware of that type of Counter-Strike, and they can deal with it.
They know how to deal with it, and that's always been the story. Adaptation here at the top level, and it's only a couple percentage points that makes the difference in terms of performance with players like this. But Fur, he's known for his aggression. He's known for making the plays. KNG individually certainly has stepped up online, and so ever since the beginning of the year, it feels like KNG, he's in his element online. It seems like he gets that extra little oomph that makes the difference for him, and MIBR have certainly benefited from that. And so I think this is a good time for us to take that break so we can come back and get into the action. And so we'll see you guys in just a few minutes.
Oh, so swift. No. Ooh.
Okay. See you on the next stage again.
Why did I take the... Ooh. Oh, Sonny. Where are you, Sonny? You coming? No, I want this one, my bad.
Ah, luck, man. Just luck.
No, 2 seconds, bro. That's super fast.
Take your time, Sonny. Don't worry. We don't judge.
Coming.
Okay, come on. What? I got stuck.
What?
What? I think this map is rigged.
Yeah, I think so. No! Oh, it's up there. I see.
Oh, I did it. I did it, guys. Let's go.
Okay, we are me and Sonny are noobs here.
Oh!
You fell again?
Yeah.
Oh no. I'm not losing to Sonny. Yes.
Come on. I want a challenge.
I made it.
No.
And so this is it. The winner bracket final for North America. Evil Geniuses going down versus MIBR. Going down, or should I say going up against. It's going to be a big match. It's a best of 3, a lot of money on the line because this is the straight ticket to the grand final. Otherwise, you're going down to the loser bracket to face off against Furia. Nobody wants to do that. Those guys are way too dangerous right now. And so what are we trying to look for here in this first map, gentlemen? What is it that we need to keep our eye on? And Chad, let's start with you.
Yeah, for me, the biggest takeaway is, will they be able to shut down Banana? Sounds as cliche as anything, but I think Ethan and just his relentless nature pushing up Banana with the flashes that his team throws in support, it's hard to deal with. And that means he can overwhelm the AWPers who are playing that side of the map. So if they can't shut that down, if they're unable to deal with that, MIBR are going to find themselves in a lot of trouble.
I'm going to take a step back from Counter-Strike and go to the bootcamp versus online discussion. MIBR, they're actually together. They're sitting next to each other. We see them all the time, and I want to see passion coming out of them. I want to see them going to this game with a warrior mindset, because EG, if they allow them to, they will absolutely go at you. They'll be in your face. We've seen it on Inferno. We've seen Zerg peeking non-stop down Banana, down middle as well. It's going to happen. So I want to see MIBR ready to fight. And it doesn't matter if it gets dirty. It doesn't matter if it's a little bit messy, but I want them to be able to take that fight. If they can calm down EG just a little bit at the beginning and they can force them to go into deep late rounds, then we might see the difference makers.
We saw this earlier from G2. It was a point that we made in the pre-show there, gentlemen, that being on LAN together, boot camp scenario might actually prove to be the thing that makes the difference. G2 weren't able to pull it off there, and so now we get to see MIBR. They're in their team house. Are they going to be able to get the job done? Odds were not quite favoring their way. Our sponsor Betway wasn't really going it. It was looking more like EG were having the edge there. I think, we all tend to agree. I think we all predicted EG to take this one, if I'm not mistaken.
We haven't seen enough. It's just we haven't seen enough out of MIBR yet, right? Like, I think it's great that they're retooling and they've realized that there is an issue with how they were approaching the game before, but we need to see that consistently, right? That's how Counter-Strike works. We need consistent results out of you at a certain level so that we can start going, yeah, that is the MIBR that turns up 5, 6, 7 days a week, right? The MIBR right now that we're dealing with is one that is growing. They even admitted themselves in the interviews that we just had that they are adapting, and Fer, I think, was in a very good way saying they have to do it quicker than everybody, because they did lose quite a lot of where they were at previously. Big roster changes, losing coldzera, losing their identity. Honestly, if you go look at how many players they've changed in and out of over the last, year and a half, it's crazy. So this team, there's no wonder there's a question about not having an identity, but it feels like finally, now that they're back to full Portuguese speaking, that this here, with just the influence of Fallen, it feels like they're doing it old school. They're kicking it old school, like the team that we remember from 5 years ago.
Well, they are in the same house. Wouldn't surprise me if they're sleeping in the same bed. Like they did old school. All right, guys, That's all the time we have here on the desk. It's time to hand it over to our commentators for this match. MIBR versus Evil Geniuses. First map is going down, and who better to have on the mic than Scrawny and Launders. Gentlemen, congratulations, Launders.
Oh, yeah. You too,
congrats.
My man. You too. Looking sharp somewhere. Extra smart today.
You feeling good, Mo?
I feel pretty good, yeah. I mean, we got the same series we get last time, and we got the same maps. It's always been close. It's only gone lower than double digits on two maps the entire times they've ever played. This could be a sick map. Sick match, too.
It's nearly split 50-50 down the middle here, 1.75 to 1.95 odds. My general gut feeling with this matchup is I hope MIBR walk into this server today, and despite my Evil Geniuses prediction, I want them to perform. I want them to show us a quality of Counter-Strike that just continues to prove that they're actually making improvements inside of the server, that things are going well for them, and that victory over Furia isn't just a longer road back down into the lower bracket that some people expected. Are Furia really going to make this run into the finals? Can they truly do this?
In 21 years, I've gone from telling my mom I needed $2 to print out homework so I could really go play 1.6 at the local LAN cafe to looking to buy a home for her to live in because of this game. At virtually every point in my life, CS has been there providing moments of escape or just chances to bond with my friends during cold winter nights. I know that my story isn't special, but that's why I wanted to share it. We've all watched our favorite up-and-coming players become the stars they are today, shared unforgettable moments in gaming history together, and have found and formed friendships that we may have with us for the rest of our lives. In 21 years, countless titles have come out in order to take us down. It's almost boring at this point. When will they learn that we aren't looking for anything else? In a world where games can be referred to as dead before they're even released, we should be grateful that the title of our dreams has existed all along and has already provided us with tens of thousands of hours of enjoyment at the small cost of a little bit of our sanity. Whether it's the feeling of winning our last matchmaking game before bed or our first match on a new team, all that time spent grinding away at deathmatch with music on, thinking about what's missing, slaving away, ironing out our most insignificant issues, it's always felt worth it for that one great feeling that keeps on giving. Doors have been stuck, Moses has had hair, and we've all together helped venerate figures that will live on throughout gaming history. And it's all because of our history and the time we've contributed to it. So here's to 21 years. Happy birthday, Counter-Strike.
I don't think anybody could have said it better, Mohan. I just, well said.
It's a big day, you know. We had League celebrating League 10 last year, while CS was celebrating CS 20. We have a lot to be proud of.
Yeah. We're the loud and proud boomers of the esports, and we're bringing you guys a matchup to decide who are our finalists. Evil Geniuses, MIBR, Inferno is where this show gets started. And we've got that smoke molly on Fallen as the Brazilians take to the offense.
We know how tight this map can be, and we've seen how good Evil Geniuses can be on it. This could be a series. Oh my god, that could go both ways, but Stanislav looking sharp.
You got me all emotional. Now Stan's already starting with the one taps. This is going to be a good day.
Yeah,
it's going to be a good series. It's been a great week. We're going to keep this one rolling. Molly goes over, but the bomb goes down. Breeze, that's a big headshot. And Stan, well, he just blindsides TRK. But Taco's gotten behind Library. So despite EG's best efforts, there's a snake in the grass. And maybe he slips into their boot. Taco, he's got that first back turned. He hasn't decided to pull the trigger, but he's just been spotted, so he has to. He takes down Tarek. Now that's going to open up mid ever so slightly. We do have Breeze back behind the pillar and the boiler peak from Cirque. That's the one that matters. Fur, 1 versus 3, and he hears those footsteps. Can't quite get that fade away. But can he get the bomb? Seems so. He even ducks back into the cover with 40 seconds. Oh, that's going to be some damage here, but oh, he gets shut right down. It's 3 survivors for EG. They take that first pistol.
Yeah, it was a nice try. It was a nice try. EG, they're laughing it off. It was a good CT round here from Stanislav to get those 2 USP kills. Then Breeze locking it down. Once this bomb's behind enemy lines, I mean, that's when it should be over every single time. And MIBR are not in the business of miracles on this round. So, yeah, we know how good, especially Evil Genius's CT sides are. And you know what? Better than Liquid's in some ways, too. Their retakes were absolutely extraordinary on this map. And I think that's going to be one of the things that'll help them a lot. MIBR are pretty good at getting the bomb down on B.
One of the consistent issues for Evil Genius's opponents can be Cirque getting aggressive in mid, but it's Ethan to get aggressive on Banana this round. Flashed around the corner by Tarek, a 5v4 early to the SMG.
Banana's all about Ethan and his protocols. It's really his playground. I'd love to nickname him on this part of the map because he's really just been the most extraordinary Banana player in recent memory, really. We saw how they locked it down versus Liquid. Basically everywhere, turning 5v4s into wins at basically every single time. And we'll see if MIBR can exploit the weakness in a way that Liquid could not.
Fallen's going to keep Cirque pinned into this position for the time being, and Taco will be tasked with the Balk peak, but in his extending, he's actually lost near 80 of his health. 40 seconds left. Cirque, he's still patient, and Fallen just scopes right in on the head. Then, oh, he even lands a bit of damage to Breeze. This is gonna start kerneling up that A defense. They're a bit scared, but there's a flank in from Arch. Tarek, he's gonna waste 0 time, swings wide, and does substantial damage versus Fallen. It's still the even 3v3, but Ethan, he could just mow down Taco with a single shot. He'll get that. And Stan, well, he's dropped thanks to the CZ. 2v2, well, low time, and they both die. It's the peek out from EG with 2 survivors forward.
To be honest, that was closer than we saw from some rounds from Liquid, and this was just with the eco, so I'm excited already. I couldn't tell though, you know, sometimes with Liquid you can't really tell if it's them beating themselves or if it's the map that's too hard for them to overcome. So yeah, we know that EG were just putting up a fortress every single round. So back to the 2 SMGs, the MP9 on Cirque and Stanislaw, and Fallen will keep on to this op, or this scout. Sometimes it's like an op in his hands. He's pretty good with it. He's no Searson, but he hits shots.
Hello, goodbye. That's a bit of an awkward one. Stan assumes that SMG would be an easy way to deal with KNG, but it was not the case. Cirque can trade this. Fallen's gonna optimistically shoot some bullets through the smoke and not find any damage whatsoever. Taco again towards Balk with the Deeg. So similar situations here on the ecos, but Cirque almost just caught off the bomb carrier. And with so many players on the bottom of mid, had they just grouped up inside of balcony and burst onto the A site, then there's a world where they could have gotten a plant. I mean, check out the way Breeze has to play tucked inside of library. In fact, they could still just rush that bomb out Balk, but they don't know that. And why would they assume so? Let's see if they can get anything done with 50 seconds left.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's no pit player here. So it'll be about what Breeze can see, but we've got the 2 flanks on mid as well, and they're just taking their time. MIBR haven't been known to rocket back, so I can see why this is the bug in the back of Liquid's or EG's head right now. That they're going to peek into it, and they do spot him. But it's this bomb at the end of Halls. He has a free plant and doesn't know it.
Man, like this level of tension, this amount of respect being given already in a 3rd round of what's supposed to be the write-off, but I guess they want that 3 survivor situation. Taco, he will be cut away from the cross, but TRK, he could still just go for the plant. 10 seconds left. These CTs have gotten all the closer, and now I think it's not going to happen. He'll attempt it. Tarek swings out, and they don't find that bomb plant, despite it being there for a good 40 seconds.
You know, you've got to appreciate the absolute patience. They just push it to the limit, and EG do not bite whatsoever. Versus Liquid, EG did not run down mid, I don't think, a single time. So that's already a bit different from EG this time around. They got the crush. And it's not a weird strat to do, and it's not disrespectful at all. Sometimes it's just better to do it. But surprised that we already have that out the gate into round number 3. So MIBR buy up this time. No op involved. Fallen will veto that by spending all that money last round.
We definitely would see Cirque trying to sometimes peek into alt.
That's
or go
true.
for the op duel, but that was the absolute like extent of the mid control. You know, it wasn't that dangerous. We didn't have Stanislaw jumping into underpass with any SMGs versus the likes of Liquid. So yes, you are right, and it will be worth keeping our eyes on it moving forward.
No, yeah, it's great that
so
you bring
far,
that up.
Banana control goes deep, nades, missed the mark.
A lot of gambles in these matchups lately. A lot of it just comes down to how well and how many times these teams play against each other. As we're seeing, EG don't know a whole lot. They just feel a lot. But this is where they come to reclaim mid, and it's the perfect timing. So I think there's a tell here for MIBR. Oh,
Smoke's going to pop behind these 2 CTs. So they decide to play off of the flash, trying to make the most of that gap. Don't find anything for it. And obviously not wanting to gamble away their opening kill. Giving away that 5v4, they opt not to hyperextend. But that second CT and Tarek on cross, with Ethan by his side, this is going to be a full-fledged 2v5. They're all grouped up and the utility goes in. There's the double flashbang left over here for the Brazilians, but Ethan, he's just gonna play inside of the smoke. He's been spotted ever so slightly. They do not line up for Tarek. Now Ethan, with everything to do, is also empty-handed. A perfect hit, but Stan slips in and almost gets back that second frag. It's 2 HP on Taco, lackluster utility, and a man down for EG.
Problem. As you pointed out, lackluster utility. They'll have to just leave off of this. Low health on stand and the opt to save, so they'll actually turn back. We saw a lot of rounds like this go the way of EG last time they played Inferno when they looked so good. They were able to pull off all these amazing retakes onto the site. So this time around, it'll be MIBR to win. Not surprised that they're able to win a round into B, man. They've done this versus everybody. It seems like their favorite site to hit. Even when they were getting countered by Liquid, they were still winning some rounds. Even when they're countered by Cloud9, whose game plan was specifically meant to counter their banana control, they were still able to win some rounds. So not surprised to see this. But what is surprising is that EG do all of the right things in terms of recollecting map control, rotation over, but the spots on site did not look that great.
Yeah.
The spots they ended up picking did not look so, like they weren't helping each other really. Ethan was kind of playing for himself, but not even helping himself off the corner of that smoke, so.
Not ideal. We will see if that defense shifts up. We have seen them try to take these early peaks, and Ethan's going to go at it yet again. Oh, the continuation on the flashbangs, Tarek. He doesn't want Ethan to die, so he sweeps 2 underneath the rug, and it's an immediate 5 versus 2 here from Evil Geniuses. What a complete and utter contrast in comparison to the previous round.
Yeah. That's really the nature of banana. And oh, Mr. Protocols, Ethan. He's got a nade in both hands. He actually went and picked one up from the tee and threw it back at them.
God, that's a horrifying sight.
He should have gotten an assist for that. Two of his own grenades.
So Fallen's the bomb carrier with 100 health.
So
it's not every day we get the 1v5.
Yeah.
It's not every day.
Listen, if there ever was going to be a chance for a 1v5, he has the bomb. He's got a full set of utility.
Yeah.
It's Fallen. I mean, he's probably burning 100 calories a second right now, trying to figure out the proper strat.
Three CTs ready for him, so whether it was the guy on wall or the guy on logs or the guy behind the car, he was doomed no matter what. So 0 frags there for MIBR, and that's a big one for EG to take.
It is indeed.
So quickly.
Yeah, super quickly. But what we're not going to see is MIBR giving up on this. They aren't quitters. Sure. They're not quitters. But yeah, Ethan, man, he's a robot, okay? He's a robot. He's going to go through banana. He's going to play it perfectly. If you win, you got lucky.
Oh, here we go, Cirque. That's that little bit of aggression we're talking about. You know, not enough to lose his life. Oh, flash goes high. Ethan goes wide. Gets the first and second. Ethan and Tarek right now just tearing up banana. 2 crucial rounds back to back that they get the job done.
What was a kryptonite for Ethan last time he played against MIBR? It was KNG spraying through a smoke every round at the bottom of a banana. That was what they had going for him.
So far not an issue, but these flashbangs will push them back ever so slightly. You know, Ethan, he has a tempered aggression in a really good way. You know, sometimes it's almost weird because if you try to understand his identity as a player, you know, sometimes he can be so explosive. He can take these very, very risky moves like extending around these walls, flying up ladder and train. But then he also just sits back and relaxes. He's got it all under control. Very cool cucumber. Kids still say that, right?
Yeah. Derek was in a pickle.
Blind?
Oh, but he's just fine. Doesn't need any adult necessary. No. Circot spot. Yeah, he spotted Taco. Ethan will clean up. It's all about Ethan and Tarek once again. I mean, no matter what, it's not really going to be up to the best player to top frag on the CT side. It's just going to be, if EG have a good CT side, it'll be Tarek and Ethan to top frag, because MIBR are going to be coming at them like trucks every single time. They're going to be playing Euro Truck Simulator and driving it up banana until they win. So, same thing, different round. We got worse pistols, but a half buy with some nades involved.
Okay, I'm going to put you on the spot. Quick question. If the CT side has a great start here in the first 15 and it's Ethan and Tarek at the top, who's got to be at the top for MIBR?
It's got to be
they take control of the first.
It's got to be KNG, yeah.
Time will tell. There he is. Besting Breeze inside of the apartments, but it's Ethan, Stanislaw, and Ethan yet again. 4 immediate kills back the way of EG, making mincemeat of these pistol players. MIBR just relying on Fur, and he can't get anything else. So, hot damn. The overhang, success in Evil Genius's last few rounds. Look at the money they've got stacked up.
I will go this far, okay? I will say EG's CT side on Inferno is the only not overrated side in all of North America in any team. They're the only team that is not overrated on CT side Inferno. They're the only team that is international top tier level CT side on this map. Everybody else makes so many mistakes.
Big praise.
Maybe not so many mistakes, but they're clear. Even Furia's, I feel like their CT side is a little bit up and down. MIBR certainly up and down. We've seen really bad maps from them. But EG have always had a really good CT side, basically on all maps.
Fallen, he's gonna pop his head out. Now Cirque double scoped. Ooh, because of the double scope, he was tunnel visioned and susceptible to the peek from Fur, but it didn't happen. And he just immediately tucked back. Good call not to linger too long there.
Coast is clear so far. Is there an op to pressure this? No. But Ethan walks back quickly. Interesting. So there might be an in-between timing here where EG, if they want to go for that mid collection again, they're going to be a little bit light on the B site. Smoke goes down, I think, to allow the CTs to do this. Maybe MIBR don't want to respect it.
Well, they have to respect Ethan. He's top fragging for the current moment, sitting pretty at 11-2. And so he will take the burden, the responsibility of playing solo B. And again, look what it affords them. Evil Geniuses, heavy on the A site. And we're going to watch MIBR with 30 seconds on the clock try to break their way through this. Now that Molotov helps. It gets Cirque off the angle, stands completely blind. And Breeze unable to topple any of these attackers. But Cirque, he's got a good smoke. And he just drops Fur first and foremost. He's looking for more, but it's fallen off the top rope to completely clear the site. Here comes Tarek with just the one. And Fallen, he's giving great cover in order to get the bomb plant in those last 2 seconds. We have Ethan on that B site alone. And Ethan alone still at this point. He's going to have to walk away and save the solo AK.
Yeah, no trades come through. MIBR actually ran into the site with 4 players. Ethan dropped that smoke when they were at the top of Banana. And as soon as he dropped that smoke, they started making noise on top of Banana. So they said, screw it, let's actually go back to A. So Ethan did his part, but then they go back to A. There's so many players there to trade. And MIBR still able to win the round. So, this is between Fur and Fallen, of course, to get all of those kills. And it was a nice attack on the A side. Boost up onto the double stack to make sure Cirque doesn't get 2. A lot of cool pieces. So actually cool to see MIBR win around going towards A this time around.
Yeah. And doing it not in some kind of like jumbled mess up short. Sometimes you start tripping over your own feet when you're going for these entries, but I'm thinking, they surpassed Cirque, who had that one-way smoke into their lower bodies. Fallen goes over top of the tall box in order to best that sniper, so very good route from Fallen in order to minimize the damage. Even Tarek, who catches him off guard, only gets the one. So, high-pressure situation. And a successful Brazilian round. Now, Fallen, he's going to drop that off shot, and Ethan immediately catching the head of KNG. KNG has been nullified so far on this map. He is 2-7.
Oh boy, yeah. Well, he really had another thing coming. I'd like to see that from KNG's perspective. I don't know if he was blind or if Ethan, I think he was definitely waiting for that duel to come, so let's be careful what you wish for, I guess. Ethan jump spotting again. The rotates free up a bit for EG, so I think they feel like, well, maybe we don't need so much info, but we can still play 2-3 here because they're down to 4.
Through the Molotov. Very aggressive there from Taco. Gets Stanislaw to completely drop the magazine, and he gets the reload in time. So now that he's blind, he's still able to connect the shots. He gets that first kill. Cirque, hot in response, peeks around from Library. Op could make the difference, or is it Breeze who has to step up? It's a 4 versus 2, and both of MIBR's players still just on the cusp of this A site. But you get a little double back from Fallen. Fur, a sitting duck, fully blind, but nobody peeks. So he goes back too.
That was actually a gnarly flash. But yeah, Arch kind of serves as middle a little bit. Sometimes teams don't play here late into the round, and it leaves these crazy openings. Someone gets into CT spawn. There are innumerable angles that the teams can get to. It's really scary, I guess, but no, not so much for Cirque. Yeah, he's like, okay, you play in pit Breeze, watch lane, keep an eye on Halls, and I'll take care of this flank if it comes through.
And he nails it.
Clock. We are out of time.
A 5-round lead here for Evil Geniuses, 7-2 on the CT side. No consecutive round wins for MIBR, and none of these 7 rounds come by way of defuse either. So except for the rounds that MIBR are winning, we're not even watching that bomb go down. This isn't desperate yet, but we're getting into that realm where this could be an incredibly one-sided first half.
Sure, yeah. You know, there's still time
I feel
to
like
figure
we're
it out, but
standing
I
on
think
the cliff.
You know, for sure. I mean, you know, we look at how the rounds have gone. Nothing points to, you know, getting any better so far. But I think maybe the one weakness would be, first of all, 5v4. That's just gotta be said. And then maybe the A site more often, because, like, I don't know. Ethan is like, yeah, Ethan is an absolute titan right now. I would not want to go fight him on B. But I really don't think MIBR are going to just avoid it. But A site was a bit rickety, because even when they had 4 players one round, MIBR won the round. So if I'm MIBR, maybe test that site a bit more. Even on that last round, Stanislaw was full blind and sprayed someone down crossing to Cubby. He could have died, and then maybe A would have been weird again. So there's definitely some holes there.
Yeah, wild to me that in that round, that moment, Taco, he decides to run through the fire in mid, but then didn't decide to run through the smoke versus Stan when he was in the middle of a very obvious reload. You know, it's like it was aggressive, but almost not enough.
Yeah. No, the only reason is because of the bait setup sometimes. Like, you're specifically emptying your mag to try to get someone to come through. But, yeah. For sure. It's a 50-50.
Hindsight 2020.
Yeah.
Haven't had much of an op fight so far this half. Not at all.
That's true.
Molly in a smoke. KNG on the counter flash. Nice grenade. Bursts right above KNG. Free haircut.
During these trying times, I'm sure we'll all take them.
Yeah, but he's gonna look like that that Barbie doll from Toy Story. You know, it's gonna be very patchy.
No.
Horrifying. 3 players up middle. No resistance this time. Stanislaw again over on Arch, but playing behind a smoke and flashing them back. So maybe they just try yet again to puncture through short. Oh, A. Great grenade. Breeze, he's going to tuck back, throws down the smoke preemptively, so that Molotov shouldn't be too much of an issue, but he is a little bit moved by this, in fact. He loses a third of his health, but him and Stan with a kill apiece already. Fur is able to answer this one, and he's looking for another frag, but being on a quarter health, Breeze could just swing wide and deny everything from here on out. They're going to try to plant, and they've got a little sanctuary. Cirque's cutting down their teammates, so it's only the 2 left on this bomb site, and they are outnumbered 2-1. But they hold. Flashbangs popping all over the place. Breeze is going to eat it. Not able to find this angle just yet. They're just skating on the side of Breeze's vision, and as Fallen extends into it, he goes down. Now, Fur, headshot immediately, but it's a pinch from 2 directions, and EG take their 8th.
I don't know how they're so good at retakes, man, but they really, really are. I mean, 2 rounds that the bomb went down, EG didn't even attempt the retake, so they're technically at 100% win rate in terms of when they've tried. But yeah, that could have been a round they lose, but of course all that residual damage, that latent damage, that unconfirmed damage you talk about from the grenades that they don't find out about until later, plays a huge part. And they were so precise. The one on top banana, the one into the site. Breeze plays his position perfectly, of course. Even when he's blind, he could have easily run into that Molotov and taken more damage. And I thought he was going to die because MIBR's nades were perfect to get him out of that spot. But the Halls guy, I don't think he saw him. I don't know if we could see that perspective, but if we saw it already, but I might have been TRK in the Halls and he didn't see him.
Cirque. I put the lack of op under the microscope. Here's Cirque, ready to deliver. Oh, a near collateral, but he's not going to fall back. Nope, he figured he had to fight to the death, and he just goes one and done. There was a chance for more. But there's now a chance for the T side to get that footing closer towards the bomb site. Stanislaus going to drop a smoke. And we have seen MIBR just pump the brakes when they have more than a minute to work, so why not now?
It's kind of even game here. 3 versus 4, but the CTs will probably get the drop on one player. So a bit scary, bit tense here for both teams. Take another glance at the utility. We've got still 2 incendiaries left for the CTs. One goes out in the halls. I don't know if Breeze was spotted. Maybe he was.
Mollies go towards pit. Breeze pops up. So many backs turned. Fallen's able to trade it after 2, but it's a double from Stan as well. It doesn't seem to matter where they go. This map started with Tarek and Ethan over on B. Now they're trying to transition towards that A site like you called into question. But the thing was, Breeze has died just as little as Ethan. And now that they're delivering themselves to him, he is almost caught up to Ethan. He trails by 3 frags, but they still have 3 deaths each. There's no easy opening for Brazil for MIBR to find.
Yeah, for Brazil. They cannot find an opening on this map right now. Yeah. Dude, I mean, it's pick your poison between Ethan and Breeze right now. So,
it's rough. Rough sailing.
Yeah, it's rough. I mean, they're just great sight holds. Like, I didn't really give Liquid too much like counter analysis when it came to them figuring out their T side, right? They know how to get their picks. They just couldn't find them. They couldn't beat EG. I don't really feel that differently about MIBR. I actually like that their game plan's leaning more towards A now, but still.
Ooh, that footstep could cost KNG.
Oh boy.
Oh, yeah. Taps into the first 2, and it's a 4-piece. Give us the ace. Tarek coming down banana and delivering it on a silver platter.
Yo, you know this guy owns death matches, right?
Boom, boom. Bop, bop, bop. That one right there, man. Ah, you see them panic, and they just don't know what's hitting them.
This Eco Ace brought to you by Tarek.gg, the death matches. Go check them out if you're in North America. Train with the best.
Content king.
I
Fur
don't think
calls him a
that's
sneaky
his
boy.
slogan.
And we keep on going.
Yeah, KNG was just for a second. He just took a bathroom break, and then when he came back, it was over.
Guys, I'm just going to get the bomb. Turns around, and everybody's dead.
Really tired of holding this flank, guys. Go get the bomb.
He's going to try to entry instead this round, but Ethan, not Tarek, is able to drop Fallen over his shoulder first. We find Tarek as that B anchor, calling Stanislaw over. But I think at this point, the confidence starts boiling for Evil Geniuses. And no matter what's happening on any side of the map, there's room for players to get proactive. And that's exactly what we see here from Breeze. He is deep behind enemy line, and so far deep, in fact, he may not realize that they're about to take A.
Yeah. It's a very tense standoff between MIBR and no one on the site. They're going to be clearing all the angles very carefully here.
We're going to dump 3 mollies. We've got to smoke them out. Check graveyard. Watch backside.
Oh my God, they're hiding in spots we've never heard of. What do we do?
They've got to be somewhere. Yeah, man, they're all behind you. Turn around. Look at this. The utility's getting dumped. They're still so cautious. And this actually buys time for EG to double back around them. I wonder if they're going to be aware of this just close presence. But Cirque, well, he delivers a gift in the first kill. 4v3, KNG, he's got this angle versus Breeze. Not fast enough on the reaction. Cirque, he's trying to get out from Library. Tarek takes the position of Breeze, trades out that graveyard player, and now it's the bomb site and Little Pit. That's the problem. No utility for the T's, TRK and Fur, both with a headshot apiece, so it's all on Cirque, and they do it. They get 3 kills in the post plant between the 2 of them, and also that follow-up, 3rd round on the board. A big difference still, Mohan, but it's something.
That was yeah. I got a bit excited because I thought that Fur hit that shot on the site, but it was TRK, I think, from the pit. But overall, this looked fine. I was a bit worried because Cirque got that free opening kill on the lane, but I realized they didn't have any smokes left after they were, you know, naturally considering that, you know, some EG players are there, so they started to use some of their utility. But yeah, round almost works out okay. That was like the ultimate test of retakes for EG. Not the position you absolutely want to be in. They still almost locked it up, but still a good round from MIBR. At least in that mid-round situation when you have to rely on your individuals. And it doesn't really matter to them, you know, they'll take them where they can get them. It's just on them to figure out if they can pull out a good half now.
Ethan throwing himself into the utility usage. MIBR, they're just burning out behind sandbags. KNG's gonna watch that, and he gets blindsided. Didn't expect that close peek with the flash. So right back into the man advantage for EG.
Yeah, I mean, Ethan comes in, gets a little nibble, slips out, back into his hidey hole. Really just takes the edge off.
They want to crawl through this smoke? It's doable. But will they expect the double new box? To be fair, Ethan has repositioned over closer towards Dark. Good headshot, drops bomb. Now Ethan just needs to live long enough for his majority team to move on over. Op on Cirque, watching cross, but Fallen's already posted. Excellent flashbang from Cirque, though. He gets the flash in from beyond the grave. An assist despite being dead. Taco, 2 headshots. Needs 1 more, but he gives his back up to Breeze. EG on 11.
Wow, it was a nice try from Taco. But Ethan has, you know, Ethan's got a 25 kill half if they go B every single round at this point, at this rate, basically. And the only reason the scoreline's so steep is because they've been pretty even strength on both sides. But Ethan, he's pretty much unkillable right now. It's pretty amazing to watch, to be honest. Great to see him on form. Core's, you know, Tarek's not part of the core in some sense, but he has been playing so well, you have to give him some credence.
Fair. Cirque feeling the space, looks to create a little bit more. He will take the incendiary to the chest, but it's all right. It ensures nobody gives chase. However, MIBR will still look to sink their teeth into the A site, but right now they've just got to work their way around apps. And if it's a big boiler burst, then maybe Stan goes down here. He's just going to try to spray and get back. Doesn't want to die, doesn't need to. Breeze, he's gonna tuck. Cirque, he's able to get that opening shot. Now they're gonna get a little ambitious. A double peek into the apartments. They're gonna double back into bomb. On the back of Fallen, he has to tuck again. He's eating flashes left and right. Doesn't know where the hell he is. And down he goes. Cirque coming in with yet another. A total blowout here in the 15th and final round of the half. This is an Evil Geniuses that looks a cut above MIBR. Sure, they beat Furia to get into this winners match, but this is a clear distinction. EG, top tier performance on the CT side. Join us after the break, and we'll see how quickly this one closes.
I want to talk a little bit to the esports world, but especially to you CSGO pros, about the Mamba mentality. I'm sick and tired of some of the things, some of the talking points that are coming out of these pro players. Like people saying, oh, well, I won a major, so what is there left for me to accomplish? Think it through. 2 majors, 3 majors. How about being the best you can be? If you could win 5 majors, if you could set the record, go ahead and go for that. That's what the Mamba mentality is about. It's about pursuing greatness. It's about building a legacy for yourself. It's about actually trying to be the best you can be, whatever level you're on. How about you actually try and develop your game, master your craft, leave a legacy? One day that money will be spent and all that will remain is your legacy, what you actually did and how you lived your life. How about competing to take what's yours for yours so you can get that money, you can secure that career, they have something to look forward to in their lives. I die for people who are mine. Will you live for yours? That's what I want to say. Mamba mentality, carpe diem.
A masterclass performance on the CT side of Inferno. A first 15 rounds that looked absolute top tier. And now as EG switch over to that second pistol, we've got Tarek with more than 115 ADR. We've got Ethan and Breeze sitting at least a 3.0 kill death ratio. It looks excellent. But will the Brazilians show the resilience that they need to make the comeback? They're at least on the defensive, but for how long?
Yeah, we talked a lot about that first half and how good EG are on CT side. And when they played last time, they did struggle a bit on their T side. They only got 6 rounds. But since then, I would argue that EG are kind of a different team. They've clearly gotten a lot better in the last week.
Stanislaw is going to be on the front line of the Valk push. He's hoping for TRK to peek him. And, TRK labored shots off the USP. Good thing the Glock's got 20 bullets in the mag. Breeze makes the most of all of them. And that A site falls beneath.
Yeah, easy as that, it seems. Well, Fur will try his hand. Certainly want to try to go for this. Fallen's got a bit of utility as well. So Nate going to pit. But are they just making noise? Are they just making noise is the question.
Time to find out. This is it. The retake keeps on going. Fur, another quick one tap. Ethan, he's been keeping his head down, and Fur, 1 versus 2, trying to close it. Gets the player out of pit, but can he kill him fast enough? Fur, with the final frag, just has no time. Bomb's gonna pop, and Evil Geniuses, 13 rounds to 3.
Whoa, that's actually kind of a shame. They got so close, and Fur hit some beautiful shots, and Fallen, you know, I thought that kill that Breeze gets in a hole, that's where it gets wrapped up, but they actually come very, very close. Maybe we'll not even get to see what their half brings because of this round. We're up to 13 here. EG, staunch lead.
Staunch.
That's
a good one.
They could pull a Usain Bolt and they could pull a Usain Bolt and start celebrating, and they'd still probably win. Winning record
I mean,
time.
we're legit maybe not even going to see any sort of legitimate full-fledged gun round, which is, well, kind of shitty. You know, I was hoping for it. I tried to pump up MIBR. I wanted that close match, but this Evil Geniuses. At least you're on Inferno. You know, we've got Train up next no matter what. But let's finish on map 1 first and foremost. Double Mac 10 and the ump, of course, for Stanislaw. Bomb back in T-spawn. Pistol players heavily stacked up on the A site, but MIBR, they're not going to make a move. They're just going to deal with whatever gets thrown their way, and if it's the opposite bomb site for Evil Geniuses, cut those losses. That's Fur's problem.
Well, let's see if the equation lays before him, or if he can at least show us the math. Bonus points. Ethan pushed right into Fallen, but Fallen takes care of it, and no second 1D. You know, that's the one. That's the one.
Ooh, good scout shot, though. Lands on Tarek. Deagle from Taco. Almost able to get that third one, but Tarek through the smoke just got KNG back as he spammed at Taco. I don't know if he meant to get that double, but this is big. It puts them back into contention for the round. TRK, he's got more health, but not the better weapon. Stops the bomb carrier. Cirque picks it up. Now he's looking for the 1v2. Fake plant. There's the peek. What are you made of, Cirque? 8 seconds left over. He's going to have to commit to the plant. Doesn't know where that second defender's at. And are they going to rush him? Seems likely. No bomb plant, no clutch. MIBR find a fourth.
Oh, you think, why doesn't he go for the plant? But he just has no idea where that second guy is, and is very, very suspicious. It's 4 Deagle kills on the arch hole, 2 from Taco. He bites off just enough. And yeah, Tarek almost pulls that back. That was crazy. Actually, an incidental kill into Library as well. So total flub here from EG. That smoke comes up. It's like someone whipped open the curtain in the change room. They're like, ah! And they all died to Deagles. They got pantsed at the talent show.
I don't miss those days. Eagle bound mid for Cirque. Just saw somebody going for a peek. He's ambitious, hoping that somebody else will come at him, but it looks like we'll play MIBR a little more reserved here. Fallen, he tucks around the corner, and Stanislaus is going to try to challenge that, looking to follow through onto the second man on ramp. But if you're Fallen, you better be cautious, because there's more than one T down there, and they're capable. Breeze gets the Deagle headshot through the smoke onto Fur, but the counter-terrorists claw one back again. Cirque, losing more than half his health, still hunting at the top of mid.
Can hear him clicking his boots.
Smoke in their faces.
Yep. Okay.
Beautiful. 3 little frag spray down, all too easy. Gets a half point for the chicken in the end. MIBR taking 5.
One of my favorite tactics that EG used to do, actually, I would say this is with Daps, but you know, something that they did specifically with Cirque was to let the banana control go down and then throw that flash from spawn that everyone throws now to go through the smoke. But to do it when they're cleared half wall, or when they think there's an op on half wall, throw the flashes, and then they throw these 3 continuation flashes all the way into the site. And it's a really cool strategy for just, number 1, avoiding all the banana damage, and number 2, just like being able to hold W from spawn into the B site. The rotations are not that great. I bring that up. I'm not sure if they'll try something like that, but they used to do that all the time, and I thought it was one of their coolest B-side tactics.
A little bit of life from Breeze, but Taco stuffing 2 of them here at the top of mid. Falls back ever so slightly. Wants to keep himself alive. If MIBR are going to make this run back to tie it up, to take the win, well, they got to ensure that they make the most of everything. So Taco may be looking for another, keeping control of the M4, and Ethan with just the P250 to play. Smoke fades. He takes his shots and dies.
Okay, now we can move on to the meat and potatoes.
Let's get that extra gravy.
Yeah, right before the stats. Let's say the comeback could happen. Let's just like put a pin in some of the MIBR stats so far, because they're this is them with 6 rounds. But if they make a comeback, let's see how much all this jumps. Basically, everyone's sitting between 50 and 67 ADRs, the highest on Fur. So yeah, there's not anyone who carried to a loss in that first half. Everybody could really use an ADR boost. He's got the highest utility damage. That's helped out his score a lot. But yeah, everyone's not fragging at a very low percentage. Ethan, he manufactures that 1 kill on the top fragger and falling it straight through the smoke. This is open lines in a B, but they don't know it yet.
Nope. I think quite big that Fallen at least gets 1 of them. 3 versus 4. Far better than that 3v5. You can't help but feel like with the little margin of error they're working with, MIBR are going to be very tempted to just fall into a save.
Yeah,
but look, they forfeit the B site.
I love stacking in situations like this. Like, yes, we shouldn't be outcome oriented, right? EG could win this round by going B, but there's 2 upsides for this. Number 1, if they went A, MIBR, it would look like they have 5 players alive because they still got 3 on A. Number 2, so they can play all the regular setups to try to pull off like the sickest site hold. And number 2, if they do go B, they don't lose a single player and they can save majority for next round. And And so, yeah, I love stacking in the 3-on-4s, like specifically 3-on-4s, 3-on-5s. That being said, EG do have 14 rounds now.
Evil Genius is winning the pistol in this second half, giving 3 rounds in a row to MIBR without bomb plants. And then this one unfolds. The 20th added to the tally for Evil Geniuses, 4 survivors for them, and as said, the 3-man stack at that A site goes uncontested. So MIBR hang on to nearly full utility, AWP, M4, AK. It's a good chance for them to bounce back, and they'll do so. There's that extra gravy with the second sniper purchased.
I know Chad picked EG, but wanted MIBR to win this match. And we get it because, the final, the MIBR Furia final, that's tasty. But this EG right now versus Furia, that's also tasty. That's also extremely tasty. I think this is the final you wanted, right? Like, this is the...
Yes, definitely. Yeah. Ooh. Stan through the smoke, through the wall, right between the eyes. Opera goes down in Fallen. Evil Geniuses 5 versus 4 and fighting for their 15th. Are they getting proactive over in the A site? Are they making moves to try and claw this back early? Doesn't seem so. Looks like they're just playing textbook CS and hoping somebody can deliver enough of an impact despite the man disadvantage to get them back into this 21st round. Because again, that margin of error is so slim that they cannot let another one slip onto the board for EG. They're just not giving themselves enough of a chance to work with. We get the Geniuses stacking up on the top of Banana. With the utility left over, they could go for the execute, but that smoke from Fur very well could slow things down, and that rotator in KNG gets closer.
75% odds for EG on this round after getting that opening kill.
It's a 25% wiggle room for MIBR to work with. He's going to take position in oranges. KNG flashed off of smoke, still goes through, and it's only Ethan. So had they killed him, then maybe EG find themselves running into a bit of a wall, but Ethan, he's making a ton of sound, and Fur, oh my god. Fur doesn't shoot. They're calling the bomb back over. Ethan's just bluffing with a bunch of sound, and now Fur, he snaps it back, but Ethan denies him. 10 seconds left over. It's all on Taco. Oh, Fur, what could have been?
That was, man, that was incredible, but he kills the wrong guy first. If he kills Ethan, the other guy's got his hands busy planting the bomb. He'd have to go through an animation to come out of it. That was actually such a beautiful play from Fur, but the target selection was off. It just doesn't make sense for him to kill the bomb planter when he's going to be tied up no matter what. And Fur has the other angles locked up. Like, oh, damn, that's a bit rough. But how beautiful is that? Ethan, he literally is in Ethan's mind, gets him to come back to the site.
For sure.
Damn.
He saw that picture for what it was, just couldn't, quite brush the strokes now for Fallen. That's the Wombo combo at the top of mid. KNG swings for Cirque, and the last man up will be Tarek. 1 versus 4, giving chase to the Opper, and he's got himself the first, but it's TRK off Balk to shut this one down. That's 1, and they need 8 more to get this into OT.
Bro, the utility damage on EG is absolutely outrageous right now. We've got 5, 6, 7, 8, nearly 1,000 utility damage between the 5 of them.
Oy, oy.
Yeah. Nearly 1,000. Their grenades have been on point. They look like coordinated fireworks on the CT side the way they were throwing flashbangs. That was like synchronized swimming.
But with violence.
But with yeah.
Now that I would watch.
You're a sick MFer.
KNG's gonna peek down mid. Cirque, he gave him the warning shot, but that wasn't a warning shot, it was a call to action. KNG hones in on it and slams Cirque down. So 5 versus 4 to the favor of MIBR. This bodes well for them. Don't get me wrong, this is a daunting task in terms of a comeback. And Evil Genius's CT side looked top tier, But MIBR, no slouch on the defensive side of Inferno.
No, I mean, EG actually EG have a decent win rate when they lose the first kill. Still 36% here, and they've already brought it back. Just a bit.
Taco, he can't move. He's stuck in this position. Tarek, ooh, he doesn't fully clear it, and KNG gets that simultaneous frag. Down goes Stanislaw. Ethan, 1v4, 30 seconds, dropped by the Opper, and good overhead here from MIBR. They keep those 3 players up.
And no money now for EG, so we can at least get MIBR into a respectable scoreline. Now, we look at all of their head-to-head, and just to rattle off that one more time, they've had their head-to-head has actually gone, back and forth. It's just that EG's probably form is a little bit better right now. But in terms of all of their games, while they were still EG, of course, only one single map has been less than 10 rounds for the losing team. Every single other map has gone, past that round 20 mark, or been both double digits.
KNG's getting pressured here, but he's got Taco to help out. Great grenade damage. Taco's following it up. TRK's lending that helping hand with the flash. Shoots the man in the back, and tippity taps Stan down to a measly 5 HP. Fallen's gonna finish that, and we've got MIBR on 9. So if these games tend to go above the double digits, then this one, not quite a blowout just yet. We're getting par for the course. Just a few more for MIBR, and maybe EG put the ribbon on top.
Yeah. Problem is, of course, if we're looking at EG averaging 6 or so rounds on their T side, they're still very much feeling comfortable and needing only 1 more round. But this is where we look at that pistol round in the second half and think, man, MIBR, they almost grabbed that one. They came very close. And we've got a tea timeout called to talk about things. I think the real difficult part for Stan in this situation is anything can work. They can trip over the finish line. But the temptation to try to go for a B hit is probably huge right now because you get those 2 kills top banana, that's like round in the bag. But sometimes it doesn't feel like you have total control over whether or not you get it, right? They could try to weaponize Ethan, but I don't think they want him to take too much damage early on. So I imagine it'll be something called around him to see if he can work a pick, do his magic on banana. But yeah, I'm not Stan, and he is pretty sporadic sometimes when he calls.
Timeout comes to a close, and Ethan single-handedly challenging the utility here at the top of banana. 3 defenders on the B site early.
Yeah, they're trying to lay the trap, allow EG to come up for the rush. So could have been a bad call, actually, to go fast up banana. But Ethan working up by himself is kind of the perfect counter, because he gets the information, but no one's prepared to just follow up into 3. The rotation's already come out. Some decent damage back on the T side. And now, what do EG want to do? Where's their head at right now?
Well, they're popping some flashes in the top of the B site. Hasn't forced MIBR to move a 3rd set of feet over just yet. It would be KNG on close rotation, but he's still back in library, so it's not immediate. And if EG come through with conviction, they should be able to trade train this into a map win. Ethan, immediate headshot versus Fallen. Fur, he has to eat that smoke, but he catches him off guard inside of construction. And Breeze, that's the bomb. He's got the bomb stuck in construction. He turns. Down goes Tarek, and a 3rd for Fur. He's looking for more as well. It's Ethan and Cirque back on the bomb site. First smoke fades. Ooh, almost the 4K. Can EG claw this back? It's gonna look unlikely. Ethan, 6 HP in the 1v3, and he hides behind the tree and waits. Nobody sees him just yet. There's the first peek. He connects the headshot, but TRK drops him, and MIBR find 10.
He doesn't put monster in his name for no reason, huh? I'm just waiting for that replay. First of all, this is where you think the game's over. That entry that quickly. Fur split his attention between both the construction flank and the push through, and instantly gets the first shot off. Doesn't take a single point of damage on that whip back. That's so beautiful from Fur.
Let's go. MIBR really starting to piece something together here, okay? They've gotten to the double digits. This is what we say, this is the par for the course. And Evil Geniuses, not the very best of buys, okay? They showed up with just a putter for this round. Now they could try and swing it, but it's going to take some real gusto to get into this A bomb site. We've got, again, KNG back into library, so a very passive setup here from MIBR. Very welcoming for Evil Geniuses. We'll see if TRK can perform from pit. That's some of his best work at times. Taco in with the first one, and now TRK, he's a little bit exposed, continues the spray down to get himself Ethan, but here comes Cirque 1v4. He's got that Jet Tech 9, CZ bests him, MIBR find 11.
They give their best shot. Yeah, TRK, we heard him get called best in pit for his amazing series the other day.
By Fallen.
By Fallen, yeah, by Fallen. Definitely high praise. You know what? What series was that? I just want to make sure. Oh, that was this is the series, so the last time MIBR beat them, this was the TRK having his outstanding pit performance on this map versus this same team. He had 93 ADR on the map, 82 kills in the series, 1.2 rating over all three.
His ADR currently sitting at 54. Kill death of 1.0, which is actually still the best on the team. So,
is there any reason the roof is on fire at the top of Banana?
It's just a party, man. We're getting closer and closer to the grand finals.
You're gonna throw some water on it.
Op shot from KNG connects. And again, that is 3 defenders for the Brazilians on B. Fallen, next in line. Does he want to boost Fur? All 3 CTs back on spawn side. Whoa, buddy. Preemptive rotation, it may seem. And that could be the proper call. Look, EG back in mid.
They're low on grenades, so I don't know how they're going to try to get the kill here, but they're making it look like they're doing an R-trap, and I don't think they are. They just wanted to smoke out any rotator and just hope they don't get peeked on Arch, I think. Yeah. It's a poverty execute.
Well, sometimes ramen noodles hit home. Flashbang outside of the balk. TRK looking up, look up! Stanislaw was right there above him. And now suddenly Taco, he's going to feel way more pressure because KNG's already been smoked off. He throws that high flash. Stan, seeing the top of Taco's head, is just going to clear him through the box. And because of Stanislaw, this 5v3 turned even, but KNG slaps Cirque off of the bout, then Fallen running into the bomb site. Best Stanislaw. It's another successful retake. It's another round win. 3 more to go, and it's overtime on Inferno.
Why did Cirque have to die there, man? That could have been an update to movement and Counter-Strike if he won the round like that. He would have literally closed out the map with this play. This beautiful jump up onto the balcony. KNG peeks right into this. This is a sketchy round. It's actually, you know, very, very low by execute. Here he's switching. Cirque would have easily sprayed him down if he had been there a moment sooner. That's beautiful for him to do on the fly. Another opera with great movement. T-timeout called as they talk about things, and they're letting them slip slightly. I actually still wouldn't be scared. I don't know if that's weird. Just based on how close some of these rounds have been, it's not like they're completely getting wiped out.
Sure.
There's been a couple of really heads-up play from MIBR players to bring that back.
I'll give you a stat.
Okay.
In the last 6 rounds, the most recent is the only time MIBR had to defuse the bomb. All 6 of these rounds, of course, won by MIBR. And in 4 of the 6, they've had at least 3 players surviving.
Nice.
So a little lopsided at times, but of course, don't forget they have had some ecos sprinkled in. Now they're working with that full round loss bonus, and they have 3 more attempts to close this in regulation. Evil Geniuses, they are standing on the finish line. They need to take 1 step further.
Yeah, but Cirque's standing on the fire. He's down to 20. Had to crawl away. Some good early grenade damage done. All unconfirmed. Fur drops that light half-wall grenade. Cirque stands in Molotov bottom mid. This should count for a lot. Fallen, same setup here, except Fur is now top oranges. Maybe it's the adjustment they want. But it's unclear if EG have made up their mind yet.
At the top of the scoreboard for utility damage now resides Taco at 412. The next closest for the CT side, 195 on Fur.
412, okay.
Bada boom.
Yeah, it's much more lopsided on that side of things. But yeah, Fallen and Fur, yeah, definitely decent numbers.
Utility being thrown over to the B site. Looks like Ethan's going to commit solo again. 30 seconds left over. Breeze versus TRK close on Balk. This could be the kill that really aids EG in getting onto the A site. Taco, he drops first. Now, two of these Ts are incredibly tagged. TRK swings wide and can't better either of the two, but KNG's back into this. And that bomb's going to go down. 3 versus 3. Health advantage was in the pocket of MIBR, but Breeze with a crucial kill. Tarek and Cirque, 18 health combined. No utility for the retake attempt. Breeze, he's coming down from Boiler Fallen. He's watching it like a hawk, but he just turned his back, and that's gonna cost him. Unless Fur comes in big with the clutch, he gets that first one, but it's the pit player to take him down. Tarek finishes off Inferno.
Yeah, wrap it up. It was a good first half, too good of a first half to do anything about it. They needed that pistol around the second half. They couldn't find it, and even though it was a pretty poor T side overall by the virtue of the stats for the Ts in EG, they still closed it out because they were just too close to the finish line. Sad state of affairs there, but revenge on Inferno as the last one went to OT in favor of MIBR. Nicely done from EG, and we'll go to a break now. We can talk about Inferno and come back from map 2 after that. Stay tuned.
Zeus, last time you got the 15th round for 15-13 when they started to make the comeback and caused you a lot of problems, but this time around you sealed the deal much earlier. But towards the end there, were you getting a little bit nervous?
Yeah, I mean, naturally, of course, but we held our cool with the pauses. We were able to just kind of keep control. There were 1 or 2 rounds we should have won just to close it out, so we knew we had the match in our control. It was just a matter of closing it out. But then when it gets a little closer to the end, it got a little bit crazier. Thankfully, I'm able to talk, so I was able to come up with something for just the last round, so happy for that one.
Always good to hear. Now, going into train, right, last time it was the one that you managed to walk away with the win, again in a crazy overtime. How's it going to be different this time around? What have you managed to do?
It's not going to be as tight, the match. That's the difference.
It's not going to be as tight of a match.
All right.
All right, then. I mean, clearly it's a good thing that Zeus is here. Otherwise, we would still be in this match, and we'd probably go into overtime if we weren't able to talk and actually get the team to play together and play some, I think you were saying simple CS, Maniac?
Yeah, absolutely. Some of these rounds at the very end, and this is just talking a little bit about the negative, right? But some of these rounds at the end, you feel like EG, they had everything they needed. When you're in a 3 versus 3 on the A side, the bomb is planted, the situation is not a 50-50. You're in a minimum of a 70-30 or 60-40 situation, you should be good to go. And then I don't know why Cirque is like jumping on the balcony trying to make something out of the move. That's just one example. Overall, still, the CT side from EG, and now it's talking about the positive, was pretty good. Londers talk about one of the most complete CT side that they have. And here is a good example. We have Cirque being aggressive on his lonesome. You might think that this is a risk, you might think that's a problem, but he gets the information so deep that it gives time to his teammates to actually set in position. We see on the radar, Breeze is already in position, Stanislaw is also coming. They had started with 4 men on the B bomb side, but because of how deep Cirque is, it gave them time to rotate. MIBR, they don't jump on the occasion, they don't feel like they have a timing, so they slow down just a little bit. And what it's going to mean is that whenever they actually want to go on the A side, everything is ready. For EG, it's just having a good day right now. Breeze coming in from the graveyard, getting a quick double kill, and then Stanislaw is going to finish the job with quick aiming. So right here, that was a good example of what EG can bring to the table on the CT side of Inferno. They can be aggressive, but they have protocols in place, and they take the information as deep as they can.
I want to remind Cirque and Breeze about the interviews that they gave us before going into that game, that both of them said we need to make less mistakes, and both of them were responsible for some glaring mistakes that caused the scoreline to be 16-12. So when going into train, going into a map where the win record is not fantastic for MIBR, but they definitely have some cool moves, they need to make sure that they stop those mistakes, because the Brazilians quite clearly were on the comeback, right? They didn't give up. They were just winning the rounds that were offered up to them. Players were starting to warm into the game. They did themselves a massive disservice here, EG. They didn't get more than 10 kills in the first half, anybody on the MIBR side of things. Now you've let them warm into the game. That's a
Yeah, exactly right. Just the struggle is going to happen here, and we're going to see how it pans out into the second map. But, you know, it's not only that map that felt like it took 21 years. That's also been how long CS has been around. 21 years. It's been 21 years, fellas. Happy birthday, CSGO.
It's incredible, isn't it?
Bloody hell. I know.
I don't
it's like
even
a
know.
Birthday, you know, the thing is, oh, go ahead.
I just want to say, I don't even know how my life would look like if it weren't for Counter-Strike. I think the impact of esports and Counter-Strike in my life is something that I can't measure, you know, in terms of personal growth and experience that I've been through, and the amazing people I've met, and obviously how fortunate I feel like I am having all these roles and all these experience in esports. So I gotta getting a little bit emotional here, because, you know, it's just when I reflect on it, I've played the game for 20 years now. I was 10-year-old when I played the first Counter-Strike, and I guarantee you at that time I had no idea I was getting on this wild ride.
Yeah, similar for me.
Chad, I'm waiting for you to give me a teary-eyed...
Yeah, mine's pretty good as well. So I was bullied in school. I lost my friend group in high school. I turned to Counter-Strike at a LAN center. I became a better version of myself. I found some confidence in myself, and I could measure myself against people by being good at a game, and that made me included in something. And then from there, Counter-Strike has just been the bug. It's been the competitive drive. It's been the thing I've obsessed over forever. And look, I don't think I would have the life opportunity that I have to travel around the world to be an Australian living in Malta talking about Counter-Strike at 2 o'clock in the morning. How ridiculous is that?
a fair point. You know, booked a one-way ticket to Sweden, and here I am. So CS, it's done a lot for all of us, that's for sure. And Mohan actually gave us a great speech at the beginning as well of that map. Kind of caught us all by surprise. You know, shout out to Blast and production. They didn't tell us what was coming, so that was a cool experience at the beginning of the map. But yeah, no, CS makes a difference. And well, you know, the thing is, for all the other games out there, when you say, oh, you know, 21, you know, like just think 21 years. Mohan put it best, where it's just, you know, when games are already dead on arrival and CS is going strong for 21 years, something special about this game that just keeps us coming back. And so, not worried, not worried. James, you're here.
Hey, yes, I'm back, man. How you doing?
Good. How are you doing, man?
Yeah, not too bad, dealing with this delay. Like, luckily this game didn't go to overtime. Now, I want to say my 21 years thing, because my life would look incredibly different right now. I picked up Counter-Strike when I was 13 back in 2003. And back then I was selling drugs, I was in a gang. I've been keeping it real with everyone on my wild life and how stuff went down. Literally 2 weeks ago, a close friend of mine was shot at and then stabbed to death. And had it not been for Counter-Strike and me taking this route in life, I could still be a part of all of that madness going on. I owe so much to this game that it's given me a job. It's been able to make me provide for my family members. I come from literally nothing in terms of a background to a point now where I can look after myself, my son, my dad. I love this game to absolutely everything. Like it's my entire life, and it brings so much emotions for me, because if I didn't have this game, I don't even know if I'd be alive at this point. And I just think we should keep all the positivity going. We should keep this game running for another 21 years, because there's no game like it. There's no game that's going to beat it. And we're all here because we love Counter-Strike.
Damn straight. Well said, well said. I mean, that is going to be the main thing here, is that CS, I think CS is going to outlive all of us. I'm convinced. It's not, you got all the knockoffs that are coming up that are trying to do it. They're trying to find it, you know, trying to do it. No, nothing can match CS. Nothing can match the pure game that it is. And so it's going to be around. It's going to be around. Well, what we get to look forward to is more CS in this series right after this break.
Wait a second, who goes first? Oh wait. Whoa! This one's hard, dude! You gotta jump on the ladder.
Cool, I like this man.
What? I can't.
I can't exit this one. Alright. Yeah.
I know. I'm gonna get dead last on this one. I never thought I'd see it today. Dude, what? How do you even make this part?
Oh, I finished.
Damn, Art. Can't lose to Fallen.
Yo. Oh my god, I'm too old for this.
Can't get off this ladder. What the hell? It's the other side? Ah, okay. Yeah, there's a little trick at the end. Which ladder is it? Is it on this side? Oh shit, okay.
Dude, I am bad on the ladders.
Right.
Welcome back, everybody. The second map of MIBR versus Evil Geniuses is almost ready. But, you know, today's a very emotional day, so it seems. And I just want to get a little something out there as well. Unlike a lot of the other stories we've heard from these talent, I myself has not been around Counter-Strike as long, so I want to actually extend this moment to say thank you to the guys who have been a part of this journey from the very beginning. I wasn't one of those internet cafe type gamers, you know. I came into CS when this was already in its prime, when it was already bolstering with great, incredible storylines and even better personalities. So to the Maniacs, to the Semlers, to the Anders, to the Chads, I say thank you to you guys, because there's a whole group of people out here, myself included, who would not be fans of this game if it wasn't for your investments. Your lives have become Counter-Strike, and I thank you for that.
Well, I know your thank you to me was implicit, so it's fine that you didn't mention me by name. I'm cool with it. I understand.
Yeah, a little jealous, huh? I think it's about time. Go on, that we jump into the game mode. We've got to remember, okay, as great as this is, it's a celebration, not a total sappy story. So I'll wipe the tears from my eyes, and we'll get ready for this second map. Because to be fair, we are one map away from elimination. MIBR, well, I mean, to the lower bracket, of course. Just trying to paint that dire picture.
Yeah, that seemed very crazy. But yeah, this was, you know, this was what looked like was going to be the lower bracket match before it started. So it makes sense that it feels like that to the kind of favorites, I guess. Got knocked down early, but now we can see why.
Oh my goodness. We've got kills coming in from the upper box halls. Tarek dropped empty-handed after his first. Him and Breeze good for one each, but no big multi-kill coming in from the defense just yet. Maybe Ethan tucking on the bomb site could be the difference maker. Thing is, it's just KNG here. A little bit of a fake. They're going to run that bomb back outer, and it is spotted by Stan as he lingers back in Ivy. But there's still so much time to play. Cirque, he's going to get into the engagement. Fallen just jumping across his screen. KNG with the headshot. And Stan's going to come running right in, but Fur's already prepared for him. Ethan, 1 versus 3, and he too tapped back as MIBR take pistol.
Didn't expect that outcome after that initial setup inside of the box halls. Super good start for EG, but wiped away quickly for MIBR. And yeah, in terms of train, let's quickly look back at the last time that they played. It was 7-8 halves both ways, and it went to OT where EG won. So this was not an easy win for EG by any means. I mean, the same story, of course, was on Inferno with overtime last time, and EG turned up really hard. Now, this is a really great map for Cirque, one of the best train offers. But if you want to talk about one of the best train offers, you've also got to include Fallen in that conversation.
Yes, sir, you do. Of course, he's just got that measly Mac 10 for the time being, but we'll let them slowly ramp up into it. Always an exciting time when that 5v4 from the lesser buy kicks off the round early. They don't decide to move anybody else other than these two defenders onto the B site. Stanislaus going to have some utility to throw back. That frag grenade softens Fur quite substantially. And he's going to continue down that lane. He takes Cirque off of the train and looks for something further. But everybody that's still up here for EG, they're at the depths of this B site. All back behind the smoke, now on top of the molly. Stanislaus burnt down to less than half. It's only Breeze on full HP, but Fur goes down. Imagine if they can get their paws onto that AK. Could increase the likelihood of the retake. They have that kit for Breeze. Double flashbang in the mix as well. Oh, Ethan just deletes Taco with the deagle, but then comes Fallen swinging out. He gets himself a second. Stands so incredibly low that he understandably dies. And we've got MIBR arriving on 2.
gonna guess that was a pre-fire from Ethan. That was a crazy 1D through the corner of the train, but really well handled by Fallen when that pressure mounted. Here's Ethan just going for it again. Oh no, he spotted him on his way out before they closed the door. Decided to take Taco out. Yeah, there's not a lot you can do about that when somebody tries a shot like that and it connects. But at least for EG, the round comes marginally close. So we've got a couple of grenades, and we know Stanislaw has these grenades. He uses triple grenades both towards T-Con and out of T-Con towards the bomb site.
Burke just tucked into the corner, bested by the USPs. They get the AK and fall back, but Cirque, he's going to get hard cleared by TRK. And now, let's see if this one rifle on Ethan can be the difference maker. Should never be. But he taps back TRK first. Breeze, he's going to get off that bomb. And now it's the 2 versus 2. But so much damage has been done to KNG. And Ethan, he's on for the straight-up clutch. He's got 3 frags already. Needs the 4th. He's got the bomb beside him. A single shot will do it. KNG, where is he? Should be right there in the sight of Ethan. EG, rob it back.
So clean, man. This guy's mechanics are unbelievable. You could see he had his hair slicked back. He was postured up. Standing there in sandwich, ready, knowing he doesn't have armor. Can't use too many bullets on any one fight, but he's happy to shoot like that anyways. You know how careful Ethan is at all times, and he's also the one to secure the AK in the first place. Absolutely earned his right to show us what he could do with this gun. Beautiful stuff from Ethan.
I love so we talk about, not being able to take shots, not being able to take any damage because of the lack of armor. Notice how each of those engagements were 2-bullet bursts. When he's first watching Ivy, hits TRK with the 2-shot, immediately gets into cover, can't take damage. Goes to check T-Con, 2-shot, insta headshot as well. That is the icing on the cake. Then he whips around, and the cherry on top, obviously, just that 1v1. So Ethan, very tempered fights, very nicely done.
Yeah, and it's crazy because he always plays like that, right? He always kind of plays like he doesn't have armor. He plays, and he does. If he crouches to one of those duels, he's not getting away. If he tries to spray something up, he's not going to win. So very conducive to the way that Ethan plays. Just cool to see how well it worked out too, though.
Precision. He's going to be at the bottom of ladder, so could play into the fast flank. Inside of Pop Dog, a real classic for Ethan. I think his calm nature helps with those sorts of positions where you can get players flustered. Right now it's Cirque blindsided as Stan is challenged quite heavily from up top. This is not a full-fledged buy from MIBR. They couldn't afford everything they wanted, but they've gotten what they wanted. A round win. Ethan and Breeze, they're going to back away from this despite EG robbing the last one. It's the Brazilians right back in action.
That was some dirty entries there from MIBR. And yeah, they pushed kind of the 2 best players from the last map off into their spawns to save. And MIBR could even think about hunting. Well, they're first going to probably recollect the guns that are left in the site. I've seen an M4 upgrade, and yeah, Breeze back turned. Scary spot, but it doesn't look like MIBR are coming for them. Happy to just upgrade here. And how come there's no gun for Taco?
Yeah, I don't know. He's too good for
not getting leftovers. That is
what would
weird.
You put in a leftover
guns.
taco? Ugh.
What would I put on it?
No, what would you put in a leftovers taco?
All the same stuff, a little chipotle mayo, some. I would go with. Oh man, now I'm hungry. I started salivating. Yeah. Oh man.
If the Counter-Strike wasn't enough to get those
Taco, every time I see your face, I salivate. Just want you to know that, my friend.
Ethan's not down there. He's actually back on the A site, so. Oh, yes! You just love it. You just love to see. Anytime there's beautiful Counter-Strike moments like that, I don't care who it is versus who, matchups don't matter, just good CS. Perfectly timed grenade.
I got a staircase of health. Fallen is the floor. Down to 34. And we'll see if this comes in to have impact. Stanislaw, UMP on the site. Can make him look like a superstar.
He's going to try to swing around the side.
Or not.
Oh, yeah. TRK gets him just on the edge of the smoke there, so he doesn't actually have to keep going up top. Cirque, there's a player right next to him, and he dodges back into Z. Another save call?
Yeah, there's no grenades left over for EG, and they've got the op to save. Man, they do all of that unconfirmed damage, and they don't see the health bars here, but basically Stanislaw has to have a better hold. If he even 2 bullets a couple of players, he probably gets a kill, if not 2. But TRK just kind of played the angle so carefully off a upper, and also comes and kills Tarek in the save. Good awareness here from TRK.
Yeah, you're talking about him playing carefully. Very meticulous in the B back. Falling back. So, 5 survivors. That's great for MIBR's start here.
Yeah, the B site's a huge problem, seems, for EG. Unable to hold whatsoever. Oh, Shadow. Pure Shadow giveaway here from Stanislaw. From his perspective, he cannot see TRK to save his life. And I guess if he's standing more towards Dennis off that angle against the wall over top of the default plant, he's just too far for that UMP to feel comfortable. So that might have been a symptom of just not having the money that they lost that round.
Nades exchanged. Tarek with a Zeus. Up he goes and nearly sent backpacking. Fallen gets the headshot. Get out of here with your shenanigans.
Yeah, you got to really close your eyes sometimes. You come up the ladder with the Zeus in your hand because you got to look straight up to go fast. And you just hope. You just hope and pray they're not there yet.
Stacking
one like
up
equals
to the
one prayer.
B-site. Hey, Mohan, you remember yesterday when Complexity beat Navi?
Can't forget it.
Did you hear that clip of Complexity cheering when they won?
Yeah, can you make the noise?
Do you want to hear my oboe beating
Oboe?
Navi impression?
Oh my god. Kind of? Okay, everybody
here
turn
it
your
is.
volume down. Go ahead.
Sorry, hold on, let me
Okay,
try that again.
I know you did not do that with your mouth. Go ahead.
Something like that.
Yeah, dude. It looked like it was like Config got up and stepped on a hamster. You guys should go. You guys should go look at the clip. Basically, Oboe squealing after they beat Navi. He had every right
Good
to,
for
but
him.
it was hilarious.
Most certainly so. Here we've got it, the big peek down the lane from the trains. Taco takes to the top, Ethan drops him. Cirque, combat offing, looking for another, and he slaps back KNG a third! Cirque is out of this world! And now while TRK tries to claw this back, he's gonna jump right into the scope!
You can't stop the rock, baby! Stan doesn't even care. What the hell, man? They didn't get to see that. Are you kidding me? This guy went around the front side of the bomb train to kill somebody here. Open.
Look at these.
Completely on his back.
Boom! You can't hide.
Fishing rod whips.
Damn, man, I got whiplash. Ouch.
Oh, you got a neck kink now?
Yeah, because of Cirque.
I feel like I screamed too loud, but that really caught me off guard. Every single one of those kills. That was crazy. Holy.
It's the blood pumping. My eyes feel really big.
Your eyes feel big.
Tarek off the smoke. Nothing inside of T-Con. Very patient pace from MIBR. They still got 2 players back at spawn.
You know, as casters, we just want moments like that, right? Just to be able to be a part of. And yeah, if that's Cirque's gift to Counter-Strike, for Counter-Strike 21, that's probably the best gift I think we're going to get. That was pretty sick. I mean,
Yeah,
that
I've been on high
Sybil's
alert.
performance earlier.
Oh, the pistol ace.
The pistol ace, yeah. DJ, remember when you missed the first kill? Shake my head. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, DJ. I'm just kidding. We didn't even notice until you said something.
Yeah,
You did great,
DJ
man.
takes those ones to heart. That's good, though. Sign of somebody who wants to perfect their craft.
I'm just messing with you, DJ.
Breeze at the bottom of the ladder. He's got the spools to hide behind. They take lane. Stan, blinded, comes out for 1 kill. No, not even, excuse me. It's Ethan to pick that one up. Oh, if Sir could fire it off, but he could just go ahead and push onto Taco. Fallen's gonna try to cover, and that's a great call from Fallen. Cirque was trying to creep up, and he gets turned right back around. It looks like EG may save again.
Go inside, it's a win. Go outside, maybe it's still a win, but Cirque could have a 4K. Seems to be the only thing that EG have going for him right now. Crazy how good their CT side looked in the last map. I know their CT side better than this on this map. I'm going to go find out exactly how good right now. I will say, though, I mean, this isn't just all speaking from the perspective of EG. It's MIBR who are doing good on these entries. The executes look really, really hard to deal with. Oh, and the exit kills.
That's how TRK got him. I was thinking to myself, you know, Breeze, he was primed to go big, but hard clear from TRK. TRK's actually gotten the best of the bomb site players a couple of times now from the top of box halls off that smoke.
EG are, yeah, that's true. EG are, yeah, sorry, they've won 2, they're 2-2 recently. I would say in the most relevant results, they're 2-2 recently. 3-2 maybe, you count Road to Rio here, yeah. 3-2 with Pro League, 4-3. So yeah, they're middling. They're in terms of their CT win percentage, it's pretty much the exact same as T side. It's a 51. So what we're looking at, it could be okay. I mean, we don't really know. It's definitely EG in general usually lean a little bit heavier towards their CT sides. They're definitely scared, for sure, on this map so far. The 2-5 start, especially since we're not seeing a lot of win conditions or like possibilities for them to be able to win. Basically, MIBR are having their way with EG right now. Like, we can go inside. As long as we avoid Cirque, we probably win. So, I think the mental victory's in their favor.
Well, the numerical victory is definitely, for the time being, MIBR leading 5-2. Early success on a T side, and a little bit of an economy behind them.
They're kind of just as weak inside. Yeah, Stanislav's only got a Deagle. He only had an ump the other time. Oh, but he's also got a Cirque.
Yeah. Yeah, where do I get one of those?
Yeah, Bulgaria.
Bird to the bottom of the ramp. Gonna start running outwards. Cirque ducking through the smokes, been blocked off from both sides of this red train. And it's a dangerous game to extend himself up here. Look, his weapon blocks up Fur, who slips into Z while Taco takes his head off, and there's no way they could have known about Fur. Tarek, in the meantime, he is gonna get the kill on the B site, but Fur doubles back to the depths of the box halls as Taco plants bomb.
They've got one smoke here for the retake, but it's on Stanislav. He's only got the Deagle. He's going to rely on his teammates to help him out with the frags.
Ooh, op as well, actually. But no obvious opening. MIBR, they're doing an excellent job of just staying patient in the backline. They're giving Evil Geniuses the option to save, and if they decide to make a play, well, it's still not looking perfect. Stan maybe just trying to take players down with him at this point. No, they're going to go straight on it. Breeze, he comes all the way back with the kit. It's down. It's down to the last second now. He nearly has it, but Fallen with the Glock.
Oh, I'm glad MIBR won that. They definitely should have. They look really good up until that point, and Stan, as he was clearing over top of the smoke, barely missed that last of 2 player. And it was a good opening from Cirque, but he's quickly traded out by Taco.
Badoosh.
Taco here. He gets eyes for a second, but then Cirque cannot get the shot off before the headshot comes in. And yeah, Fallen saves this totally, but Fur, he went slightly unnoticed by Stanislav. You can't hate them for trying that retake either. You know, they were in a pretty good spot. They still had that smoke to work with. But yeah, now EG on the complete safe. They really risked it a lot with the op.
Good thing Fallen had that Glock in the end, because it took him like 15 bullets to get that frag. And on top of it, it was the headshot that really did the damage. You know, that little 9mm round hits a shoulder pad or something. It's a potential defuse through. But there's a kill for Evil Geniuses as Tarek bests KNG, who was just waiting for him. But An AK up for Tarek. That could be his reward. Just walk away with it. The 3 pistol players of EG, little to lose and difficult gains. TRK has 2 slain and a 3rd right next to him.
They've been pretty good at getting 1 or 2 kills here when they have nothing to work with. But it's another save situation, and yeah, I mean, there's not so much to look at to decipher really from the court this round, even less than some of the previous. But it's another round that ends on B. We've had already, with that round, a number of bomb plants. I mean, that one counts. Is that technically a round by elimination? No, right? Why does it show that? Anyways.
Yeah.
That's a weird one. Bomb goes off on that one. They've got a handful of plants so far. Full kits on both sides. Cirque, the only one without nades. But sometimes having nades on the op can be a curse more than it is a boon. So he's just fine with or without him.
Oh my god, KNG. He is met by the fire of Breeze, and Tarek, well, he's gonna lay a smoke down. He's jumping, but he gets at least some damage or chaos, or who knows. Read that kill feed. Good luck. You gotta be some kind of rocket appliance. Furt, he's just hunting something over back on Ivy. Taco, he takes damage, but still stands. An advantage for EG, but an excellent flashbang could have cost Cirque his life. He will get dropped in the end, but look at the HP that remains for Fur and Taco. Fallen, he's got that full bar and an op to swing. Taco, he can see the barrel of Ethan, but he's lost his first teammate. It's all on Fallen. 1 versus 3 and still undamaged. The 2 CTs already on the site, just ahead to shoot at. Now that's confirmed. Stan over the top, he swaps to the M4, goes for the spray down, and that's what's gonna cost him. The desperation sinks in, and EG get their 3rd.
Yeah, nice attempt, but a good retake situation here for EG. Actually shocked that Fur doesn't get the kill inside of in the boost inside the Z connector, because Fallen calls that for him with the gun barrel sticking out. It's a good molly kill to kick things off. I thought Tarek maybe panicked a bit too much by running up like he did. It felt like he was super scared that they were going to swing on him from T-Con, so he just wanted to stop that problem before it started. Drop the smoke down, run up, and almost got enough spam damage in to knock down 2, but it was Ethan from the back to save him. And I say save him, I mean just at least get the trade. So if I'm MIBR, I'm like, yo, what's inside look like these days?
That's what Chad's been asking himself lately too. Breeze and Cirque still split on the absolute extremities of the map, Mohan. All the way in Ivy, all the way on upper shelf. And patience the name of the game for these 2 snipers at the moment.
It's funny how little Ivy's actually been used. They don't even really need it. But the op is down for EG, I guess, so they can fast rotate towards inner. Yeah, they'll overstack. They've got ladder to hold for the flank back, and this means Breeze can, because he has an op, he can sit comfortably here. So it could be a great adjustment here for EG.
I would just love to see Fallen throw this op down ramp. Just basically stomp into Stanislaw's line of sight and topple him. But TRK has worked this smoke very well quite often. He doesn't want to stick around on it. We get that incendiary as an answer. 30 seconds. Ethan, he is a competent ladder player, but he's lost Breeze on the back line of A, so Ethan's gonna have to do everything, and he drops that bomb. 20 seconds left. He's just fully committed to the position, and he double guesses it. Now because of that, it's a 4v2. They're gonna still have to get this plant, and the only man close enough to stop it is Stan, but it looks like TRK has Sanctuary on the A site. Ethan was the final line, and once they got over that hurdle, MIBR took their 8th.
Wow. I mean, this is a setup victory for EG, but it is just a straight up round win for MIBR. They beat the odds there, man. The clock comes down. They go their first tier execute inner. Nobody moves a muscle on EG. They have Ethan in the ladder, and then by the time they throw their real execute, KNG comes up and just sprays down Breeze. He doesn't even hit a headshot. Breeze drops an op shot and gets sprayed all the way down. That opens up outside a little bit more. Otherwise, they would have forced their way inside. And Ethan, he gets the first kill too. How the hell did they even get outside after that?
Yeah, he seemed very, very, very concerned with the E-box compromise. Like somebody was going to walk in the door behind him, but there was still tons of space between the enemies on A and his doorway. Maybe thinking that they wouldn't commit to ladder right when they did, but the timing favored the T side.
Based on what they could see, if he had all the correct information, he would have been comfortable to sit there. Because, like, to us, obviously, it's very clear they have to come through ladder to even get the bomb down. They cannot even run through T-Con. And he, for the most part, he should have known that from what his teammates told him, but we don't know what they said.
KNG insta headshot here, just versus the majority pistols. A trio of eco kills. Gobble that one up.
It's never going to be surprising to see MIBR have a good T-side on this map, you know. Just a map that they've always loved.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we've had a mixed bag of results, and I would say, like, excuse me, not just in results, but the nature of their victories, the natures of their success. You know, we've had incredible CT sides with competent opping from KNG and Fallen. That's what I thought maybe would be too much for EG to handle, but this T side, you know, based on our outcome on Inferno, thought these CTs would be piecing it together, but MIBR again and again and again, just running up this lead. They have 3 times the round count of Evil Geniuses, 9-3.
Crazy how in the same game, CEST can have a 4K like we just saw and only have 5 kills 13 rounds in. That'll be a question mark. He got 1 kill upper, 1 round on a hold, and then he got killed by Taco, and then he got a 4K on the A side to win the round.
Damn. Flash to the top of ramp. That turns Stan's head. He was looking up there and immediately tucked back in. CEST, he's got that opening op shot. Where was that from? Here inside the bomb site. Smoke follows suit, so just looking to lock down the 5v4. It's the least they can do, just hold.
Yeah, I mean, 5v4s have been a problem because MIBR, they've been able to group up in the 5v5s and execute. Stan up to bat again.
Shots connecting from Stan. He's got Ethan with him as well. And it's Ethan next in, finishing off Taco as Stan got that party started, and Stan's back with another frag. Takes down KNG, leaves for 1v5. Tarek, he's back up in their bathrooms, and he seals the deal. EG, a 4th round on this CT side. It's not much, it's arguably not enough, but it's something more than what they had just a moment ago.
Yeah, no, I mean, we look at 8-7s. You know, if they get 6 rounds, they'll probably feel okay with a pistol, but yeah, at this point, definitely not enough. But yeah, a huge part of this is because we just haven't had the sight holds from Stanislaw. Sometimes because he just hasn't had the guns. A couple of rounds have been won because he had a deagle when they tried to entry, another one because he had a UMP. How much of this is his previous rounds buying decisions, we don't know or can't remember, but certainly had an impact. Oh boy, that's a lot of space to make.
Oh, and Breeze, he wasn't ready. Dude, he's just jumping around with his nades out. KNG still up, trying to dodge his teammate's Molotov. And now he's going to send some back the other way. It's Ethan looking to find that sliver of an angle. CEST, we've seen big things from him, and he delivers a second. Fallen's going to drop his last teammate, so it's CEST on for the 4K, sitting in the 1v2. Fur's close, Fur's low. And CEST could just wrap behind him if he just checks his close right. Oh, but he's gonna walk away. Oh, Fur peeks it, shuts it all down. Just as that tingling feeling was getting us all excited, Fur's had enough. Shuts it all down. MIBR take those double digits.
It feels like for CEST, when there's more players around, that's when he powers up the most. He's like a void spirit. Like he just absorbs all of the attention and then turns it into this. He's able to make sense of this chaos in a way that not many people can, but if he only gets 2 kills, everyone else dies around him, and it comes down to him, it's obviously going to be very difficult. 1v2s on train do not come easy no matter where you are.
Yeah. Flashbangs down towards Ivy. Breeze, ooh, off of the counter flash, almost besting a second player, but that's information gained. Should have seen the bomb. So what does 3 T's outside Ivy with bomb tell you?
I think it definitely said something at first, but they've adjusted now because of those kills.
Yes.
Focus on T-Con. Oh, Taco. Oh, excuse me.
Taco! Taco! Trade frags back from KNG. Man advantage for MIBR. Last round of the half. Tarek's going to take the smoke in the chest, but continues on like a real trooper. TRK right in front of him. Little shoulder peek. Gets the shots out into the opper. Oh, it's Tarek with a double. And he takes damage in the mix, so Taco, he can trade that one back. It's Stan versus Taco for the final round of the first half. EG looking for their 5th, and Stan does a little bit of damage, but Taco takes his kill. His 5th kill of the half goes ahead and denies that 5th round for EG. So join us after this brief break for the second side of Train.
Can he figure out fast enough where they're headed to allow MIBR to have the proper stack? There's a kill. That's in middle. So Taco and Mayern everything to do. Taco takes his time with that kill.
Yeah, now they know they've been spotted in IP. They know they have to move quick because otherwise, you know, the flank is just going to continue. That smoke will buy some time, and now it looks like they might try and counter boost into it. Taco's thinking about it too. Oh, this is a wild round. He's going to jump up and try and catch one.
That's
Twist very low. Yeah, that is the bomb. And oh, the cone almost landed on his face. I don't know if that would have been enough. 55 seconds, but now they're running back.
And they're basically running on top of each other. They know exactly where this is going. Lecro's already got the angle. What a shot from Taco. Turns that corner with the quickness. He can add another. Plopsky, narrow angle, another headshot. And Taco's pulled MIBR right back into this. He's got just one more kill to find, and it's 15 HP on Twist.
See, he's running quickly as well. Twist, this is going to be a close corner. He's just going to run right into it. And Taco, he just needs one bullet to connect, and he will have done it. And Twist is very nervous. You could absolutely tell. Oh, he somehow gets it at the end. That's what he needed.
And right now he's scared enough that he can't even flank. So he's a very far rotate from B.
You touched on it, gets basically bored enough to play back on site, and that's the one time they go all in on this, but keep your eyes on Nitro. He decides to peek. Doesn't want to fancy them pushing past him. Elige continues the spray. Okay. He does grab that second, but Nico, 1v3, has a player in the open, jumping, hoping was an fly, and there's the head on display. He takes it. FaZe Clan winning a round. Sketchy. This is still sketchy. It bewilders me that Team Liquid didn't even look like B was a possibility in that moment, but they're not going to put anybody on tons. They flash through, they sprint in, and Rain, well, he has low health, but he does still have the AK cold with everything to do, just popping noggins. He's cleared 3 bodies and the 4th. Mayern's still alive, but on the other side of the map. And seeing as he doesn't want to give away info, he's just going to wait. KNG, a bait, and a difficult position. He's stuck to the fight. Fur down, and now it's all on Mayern, but they still don't know. And they're going to tap that bomb, solely focused over on ramp. He gets them both! Mayern picking up a clutch!
Okay. He still comes in just in the nick of time to win the round.
Point being, we've moved into another crucial round, but Twist blasts Mayern away. Hold on. Where'd he come from?
I don't know. That's a very big question.
I think that may have been a boost. That may have been a run boost from T-Spawn, the top of T-Spawn. They just threw him onto the stairs, but it doesn't matter because Taco throws them back up that A site.
One hold up. Nice.
They're bomb dead.
E-box.
E-box dead.
Sandwich.
Back 5. Good hide.
Take your cross.
Nice, sir.
Let's go.
Good theater.
Sexy, dude.
They're up. Good job.
An incredible masterclass clutch from Cirque, but in that one highlight, we had as many kills as EG ended up winning rounds. It's a dire picture here on Train for Evil Geniuses. I am all for a third map in this series, but if MIBR were able to bring Inferno back into the realms of contention, then that's what I want from EG as well. Let's see a good pistol. Let's see some rounds added to the T side. Let's get a game on our hands.
They have a T side, so we'll see what kind of T side we get today. But MIBR also have a CT side and look very confident into map number 2. Now, what is the variation that we're going to get? The back 6 smoke, right side sight, 2 out ladder. But look at that, 2 on top of back 6 and 1 in heaven. They're ready for this outside hit.
Yep, KNG's got the first kill. Cirque taking damage down. These USPs just making mincemeat of EG. Tarek, he's the only player coming in from a different direction, and he's dead just like the rest of them.
That's a read. That's a complete read. I mean, they had 2 standing on top of a train that could see over the back 6 smoke and also defend against ladder and T-Con. Someone over... KNG is the 1 flex player, but they have TRK in heaven. They had every single thing was covered for this exact execute. I mean, they couldn't have been more perfect here for MIBR. So you would hope and expect them to win around like that. Really well done. That's a demo win.
See, the invested time and effort pays off. MIBR should be able to close this map quick. He's gonna get tested. MP9 rattles him back. TRK, he comes into the doorway and actually lends a helping hand. Okay, Fallen. Whoa. Getting dizzy watching this.
He's playing Pokemon Snap over here. Click, 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 click. Trying to catch that ho-oh.
Oh, and Cirque. Oh, gonna Glock him. That's the only bit of success here for EG in the second round.
Fallen's like, I was looking at everything. I have my telescope out. I was like, set up cameras all over the place.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, he just didn't move for 15 seconds. I love watching ladder kills. It's just so satisfying. It's like one of the laziest inventions of all time, but Fur basically invented standing there and holding that angle and waiting and winning a major.
Here we go. Looking like it's primed to be a quick clash on the outer yard. Then EG just falls silent. They are very much tucked inside of T-Con. Off the molly, they decide to burst. TRK managing these SMGs so well. It is him and Fur again on the front line. The forefront of the defense holds strong. Fallen drops an op shot. We do have damage versus the 2 survivors for EG, but they've lost their bomb. It's going to be difficult for Stan to recollect it. He doesn't get spotted until he extends, and he too is dead, so Tarek, last man standing.
Do it for the content, man. We're into round 18, and this game's almost already over. You can beat a couple of heavy nuts.
Almost.
Trust in the spray, but Taco gets the better of him. And now, right before that half ended, you were thinking like, yeah, Stanislaw and Taco were the 2 like lowest performing players. And then the interesting comparison, of course, is that Stanislaw didn't play well this game. I'm sure if you asked him, he'd say the same thing, and that was the reason that they couldn't hold on to B. Sometimes because the gun he had, sometimes maybe he just couldn't hit the shot, whatever. Taco also plays inner, and he didn't really have a spectacular first half. Maybe there's something there for EG. Maybe it's a little bit too late, to be fair, but there's always an argument for trying to go for whoever's just not performing well. I mean, it's kind of as simple as that. You know what spot he's going to be in.
Yeah, you find the smallest, weakest kid, and you pick him.
Yeah, unfortunately. I wish it was nicer than that, but...
This is the beauty of Counter-Strike, the small, weak kids. They're all the best players.
We can bully in this game, and people applaud you for it.
TRK eating a bit of a flash, but regains his vision enough to drop 1 body. Oh, Fallen dunks the nade. Smoke could go up top, but no. They're kind of invited inwards. Taco, He's going to let them burst past. KNG gives that op cover. Great grenade damage versus Cirque. Breeze is running rampant past the oil train. This was heard by Fur. The Galil gets the kill, but it's the double op versus Breeze on 28 HP. Fallen's sidearm bests him. 15 rounds for MIBR. It is 11 straight for Evil Geniuses, or we take this to Dust 2.
Of course, the worst part of it all is hearing that daunting music coming in at the beginning of every single round. Just to remind you that you make one small slip up. Okay, you screw one spray up, you don't get one trade, you miss a clutch, it's over. They've got to hear that every single round now on the comeback.
Gonna have to dig real deep. Into the very depths of Mordor.
Rest in peace, Bilbo Baggins.
Damn. Oh, my heart. Cirque's ready to walk out through this smoke. TRK sees the utility come from the second player, but he doesn't know there's two. And haha, look at that. Cirque, he moved closer. Nice X-ray play, DJ. Oh, but Fallen, he's got X-ray as well. Just sees the kneecaps of Cirque falling back. And that's enough for him to best him. So right back into the even 4v4. 55 seconds. MIBR looking to close this second map in 20 rounds. And the timing is excellent for Fur's favor. He just clips the wings of Stan as EG were trying to walk away from that one. Now what? 30 seconds left.
Excellent map from Fur so far, man. 21 and 6? 21 and 8. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Still phenomenal.
22 maybe.
Yeah, no, not yet. Unless this game keeps on going, but that would take a miracle. The Opper standing tall for MIBR.
Well done to MIBR. They close that out quick. Give them a little bit of EG in that first map. And you know what? At this point, they've won way more rounds. You know, they got the 16 plus that great start, or the great comeback at least. But we're gonna go to a break, go to the Analyst, and then after that, we'll come back for map 3 and wrap this series up.
Goodbye. All the while, we have a player walking up, and now he takes that kill. The question is, can he land another? Flamey, there he is, straight in front of the crosshair on the edge of the smoke, and he's gonna work closer. No kid, the spam is his! He's gonna walk right through this, and it's gonna be an easy two-piece, because he knows the scope is there. How about another?
He's got an ace, man. That's an easy kill right there. Vitality are starting to clear things out, so if timing is correct, yeah, they have an opportunity. Alex, he'll end up dying. Perfecto gets the first kill of the round.
Yep, too many players to handle. They all come at him at the very same moment. RPK meant to be slain, but he connects 3! USP taps, and Zywoo only gonna get one more. Still, Perfecto in a 1 versus 3 clutch. Yes. They're gonna start sprinting, and if he doesn't pull that trigger, he's got all 3! He sprays down the back 2 of the caboose and can't finish it, but my goodness, has he primed his team. But Flamey is his kryptonite again. RPK takes 3! He didn't just do that!
Magus gets blind, and there's a chance. Zipnik falls in mid, but a double. 3 kills for Dupree, and a 4th on top. 5-0.
Goes to middle. They know they are on catwalk. They're going to take the fight right away, and Config will land a parting headshot, taking down Device and Megan, and he'll follow it up, taking down Dupree. That's 3. That's a whole arm of the attack gone, and the follow-up is amazing. They don't know if someone's in there waiting for him with a rifle, so he can't just book it there immediately. Dupree has somehow wrapped around him with the Deagle, and he's tapping away and taking down Poison, and there comes Device with an M4 instead. I can't believe that Astralis are back in this in a 2-on-1 now. Oboe alone, he's got 36 seconds, and he's picked up a Galil there. Not really sure that makes a big difference right now. I think that bomb plant is going to be what's really tricky. And he goes straight for it. Dupree almost catching him in the middle of it, but that at least gives him a little bit of space. He gets that headshot immediately. That's very quick. And now does he know? Device pretty much can only be at this angle. He's out in the open, so if he doesn't win this fight immediately, Device will take him down, but Oba will do it! That's a triple kill. A little smile at the end. Complexity 2-on-2. They have a slight health advantage, but against these weapons for Astralis, it might not matter. Oh, Magisk, he had the health for it, but now he's been taken out, and Sip just trying to buy time, flank it around. Blame is hunting him down, and he turns for it. Immediate defuse. He's right there with the kid. Oh my god, I can't believe it. 16 and 12. Complexity taking down Astralis 2.
Dead, you guys were looking to make a big comeback on Inferno, potentially take us to overtime. It didn't happen. So I wanted to know what the mood was like going into train, because it's their pick and you absolutely demolished them. That was such a convincing scoreline.
Let's start from the Inferno game. The Inferno game, I think like they brought like a really good plan, especially on Banana right there. Actually got us not by surprise, but was like really hard. Like blind kills through the smokes, everything. When we started like coming back in the game, we didn't have like any rounds left. For Train, we play the first game we played against them. We really felt like we would have won, like with no problems. We did a lot of mistakes. We came with a plan like playing really fast, going like exploding mid on them, and we thought they would be like prepared for this, like with 4 guys there. And we just like keeping hitting like Stanislaw, do something in the map, hit Stanislaw, and worked.
And now you're going on to Dust 2 while you've got your foot on their neck, so to speak. Is this going to be an easy one to close out just the same?
No, I don't think it's going to be easy. I think that both teams have like a really good Dust 2. We'll see how it's going to be. Hopefully going to come to our way.
Solid. That's as professional an interview as they can get, you know? It's like, how's it going to go, champ? You know, I think we're both very strong, and I think it's going to, you know, hopefully it goes our way at the end of the match. Thank you, Dead, for the interview. Hey, what are we taking into this one? I mean, this is Train, and MIBR don't mess around. That's the thing. EG, you know, they're loving life. You know, we'll let MIBR get back in the game. We got it. We got 15 rounds. It's all good. MIBR not having that. They just end it, and we're moving to a third map.
Yeah, and let's just put it this way. MIBR had a really easy time identifying some of the weaknesses of EG's defense, and they just stepped on it time and time and time again. The B bombsite has been under attack so many rounds, and Stanislaw and Sir could not find, for the love of God, could not find a solution to stop these hits. So MIBR, they truly abused it, and once they had done enough damage, both financially and psychologically, they stepped out a little bit. They played different areas of the map, but damage had already been done. When you lose so many rounds back to back to back, it puts your balance completely off, and you cannot have a sound game plan just after that.
I think that EG would probably agree that that's a pathetic first half. 2 of the rounds they got were on low buys, and one of those low buys was Cirque getting that bonkers 4K, right? If that's your CT side, if that's the best you can offer up, well, of course you're going to be losing the game in a substantial manner, but we have to cover something here, Sembler. We have the 21st birthday of Counter-Strike going on, and Launders, he brought up Pokemon Snap. Now, for all the kids watching, Pokemon Snap was a game on the Nintendo 64. It came out on the 21st of March in 1999, and it was a terrible game. It was a waste of your time, and you're probably good that you missed it. Yeah. So I'm sorry that Launders brought that up to your attention, but let's focus on Fallen. He had a good game with the AWP. When Fallen's doing well on a map like Train, you're in trouble.
I think we're all in trouble if this is going to be where we're going now. Start going down this rabbit hole of old Pokemon games. I thought you were going to go with Red versus Blue, man. But, you know, Snap, fine,
yes,
that works.
The Game Boy.
Yeah, dude, that was where it was at. After that, it was all crap. Still is. But, you know, as far as Fallen is concerned, definitely not crap. Played a great game. And this is, you know, what we expect to see out of Fallen. If MIBR are going to succeed, they need Fallen to step up. Fur, also a major player, along with, you know, you get this trio. Fallen, KNG, Fur. I mean, you even had TRK up there with 20 frags. This is the recipe for success for MIBR.
Yeah, it truly is, and I have flashbacks of that one series I was referencing in the pre-show versus EG specifically 2 weeks ago during the showdown. And if I'm going down to that game, on Dust 2, MIBR actually won 16-13, so that was quite tight. And the names at the top of the list, TRK and Fallen, you mentioned them. TRK, DSPO3 was the one that made me a believer in the sense that he could have a lot of impact. I hadn't seen that in a while. Now this game he was activated, and Fallen, of course, Fallen is going to be pivotal. He is going to be instrumental. So the individuals on the side of MIBR, they all activated. We're sure of that. On the side of EG, and I just want to mention this because I was listening to their team speak. When they lost the map, Zeus said, listen guys, remember, 16-0 or 16-14, it doesn't matter. We just lost one map and we move on to the next one. And that right here is the key. If EG are able to just close the parenthesis and say, okay, you know what? We ducked up on this map. That's it. Moving on to Dust 2, they're a strong Dust 2 team.
Quack, I guess. Flying V, maybe we get some Mighty Duck stuff going on in this one. But honestly, TRK, in the short amount of time that he's been on this team, he's already impressed me a lot more than what Mayan did, right? Like if we're gonna look here at a roster change that is a good one, it's much better. We know that Mayan didn't really do a lot. We know the whole Argentinian side of things, it didn't pay off for them, right? Whereas this move right here, it already looks better. If TRK can be dropping 20 kills against a team like EG, and he's not just another supportive role, that's great stuff, right? This is a good find. I didn't really know what to expect with TRK coming into MIBR, but so far it's looking good. And moving into a map like Dust 2, Maniac's bang on. He needs to make sure that he has another good game, because if he can, then he actually starts to cement himself as a big fragger in this team, and then we can start to get excited about MIBR and their future. So this right here for me is a question of, can the fraggers on MIBR continue the form we just saw, and is EG done mentally? Because in the past, that's one of the biggest issues. They're a complete momentum team. When I see Stan in that type of a mood, I just have to question, is he able to bounce back? He's the in-game leader, highly emotional, doesn't really, show it in terms of frustration, like face palming and stuff, but you can clearly see in his face when things aren't going well.
The body language and everything, yeah. We don't really get to see too many of the other EG players, but Stan is one that we do get to see quite a bit of. And yeah, he wears his heart on his sleeve when he's playing. You can see the passion is there. Are we going to be changing our predictions at all, gentlemen, or is that not a thing here? Are we all sticking to the EG? I'm ride or die EG right now, so let's go. But how are you guys feeling?
As a matter of principle, I'm not gonna turn my jacket right now. I don't think I should, honestly. And I'm gonna bank on the fact that they can actually reset.
I like that.
Yeah, obviously I'm not Jason. No, come on.
Can I?
You can. Obviously you can.
Can I change it? So
sure,
the way that this works right now, like the thing is, the reason that I say this now is because I can catch up to 1 point behind you if I make this change. So the risk in terms of the prediction game is actually worth it. So if I'm allowed to, if the judges will allow it, I'm going to change my prediction. I'm going to go to MIBR. I never thought I would do it. I never thought I'd do it.
One change, I'll allow it.
You got it. It is it. It is official.
I like this.
It's worth it.
The spirit, anything to win, This is what makes a pro CS player and a pro analyst. All right, we're taking a break. When we come back, we'll have Dust 2 to finish the night.
I want to talk a little bit to the esports world, but especially to you CSGO pros, about the Mamba mentality. I'm sick and tired of some of the things, some of the talking points that are coming out of these pro players. Like people saying, oh, well, I won a major, so what is there left for me to accomplish? Think it through. 2 majors, 3 majors. How about being the best you can be? If you could win 5 majors, if you could set the record, go ahead and go for that. That's what the Mamba mentality is about. It's about pursuing greatness. It's about building a legacy for yourself. It's about actually trying to be the best you can be, whatever level you're on. How about you actually try and develop your game, master your craft, leave a legacy? One day that money will be spent and all that will remain is your legacy and what you actually did and how you lived your life. How about competing to take what's yours for yours so that you can get that money, you can secure that career, they have something to look forward to in their lives. I die for people who are mine. Will you live for yours? That's what I want to say. Mamba mentality, carpe diem.
Yeah. All right. Just before we go, but like I said, a win 16-0 or 16-14 doesn't matter. Same goes for the loss. So we scratch this and go. So I told you guys this before. Like my first tournament, I lost 16-0 to Fnatic. We got to the finals, and and you guys know what I did. Like, so I'm not saying that for you. It's about what you guys are gonna do. Just reset after this. We're gonna fight for this till the end. It doesn't matter the result. All right. Next map, reset. As long as we're gonna learn from this train. That's the only thing that we need to know about this. We're gonna learn from this train, and that's it. Dust 2. That's a normal map for us. We go and we start off strong. Reset. New map. All right. 0-0. Best of 1. Let's go, guys.
Yep. Okay. I like that idea. I like that idea, Zeus.
Yeah, thank you. I thought about it long and hard.
Very elegantly said, I've got to say. Zeus, worth his weight in gold.
Yeah, no, you love that. I mean, I think plain and simple, sometimes hearing something as plain as that, as you know, no matter how we lost, that map is done with. And that's the perfect way to clear the slate mentally. You cannot think about the fact that you started off strong and things dropped off. And you know, in the MIBR camp, they're saying the exact same things. Fallen's going to be talking that talk as well. And now that we're on Dust 2, man, anything goes. Last time around, MIBR beat them. And, you know, I totally respect Chad switching his prediction. It's not even a bad one to make considering, you know, those results and considering it is Dust 2. I'm still leaning EG genuinely here because I feel like their Dust 2 has also been better and from what I remember in that last series, there are some mistakes that they could have fixed, but, you know, MIBR clearly fighting.
Yes, sir.
Clearly fighting.
I, too, for the record, I'm going to stick with EG because I'm no turncoat. KNG wants to peek into the Xbox. Ethan, he's jumping over top of it. Gets that shadow as a warning sign, and KNG switching sides on the door. This opens Cat to the hit, but Tarek getting a kill in mid. This could be something else to work with. There's a good bit of utility for the T's, and smoke grenades go out. This is going to pressure TRK into an awkward position, but he does have teammates. Everybody for MIBR trying to come off of the side of the smoke. Taco connects one. It's a single-man advantage. Fallen taken aback by Breeze as he looks for another one inside of that smoke. They are muddied at the moment. MIBR trying to find their way out of this sticky situation. But it looks like EG will give them that room. They're just sitting back on Cat, Stan riding out the side of the smoke, and the time quickly ticking. It's beyond the halfway point as Ethan forces the gunfight, and a labored Glock spam from Stan gets an assist thanks to Tarek.
he had to earn all 89 points of that damage that Stan just did. He had to work really hard for it. MIBR, I mean, yeah, it was like fish in a barrel here once they get into CT spawn as the last two rotators. They're looking for some mistakes to be made, and you know what? EG weren't hitting all their shots, so fair play. Now, I'm looking to Ethan, I'm looking to Tarek once again. Ethan on the B side, just like he did on Inferno, and Tarek playing Catwalk, playing a lot of high frag positions alone here on, and that's in the next half. In this first half, you know, it's going to be hard to say who is going to be at the front and getting all of the action. Why don't we say it's going to be about Stan and his calls? That'll make the most difference.
All right, that's fair. Double scout, UMP, Deagle into CZ. Dangerous smoke to throw. We've seen people get spammed back in response to that, but so far so good. Tarek cooking with fire here on Catwalk already. Getting around the corners. Grenades pretty negligible. And then they pause.
I think MIBR happier to see A than B here. The two scouts. 3 players. Hold on a second. There's a scout at Goose and a scout on A ramp. Huh.
Ooh, a scoot on Goose. KNG. Looking not to get run over here. Fallen, he's got his scope up. Yeah, the headshots could connect. KNG empty-handed. Fallen following it up. But there's just way too many players for EG. Breeze through the doors. Deagle damage done. And an AK acquired. Now, it is 3 rifles up for EG, but that AK on Fur. He's going to get tapped back down to 50. Taco's taking damage as well. If Fur can get an opening kill, then those other 2 CTs can flood upwards, but he just can't manage. Cirque extends over the side of the ledge and gets EG their second.
I can't believe, honestly, how much they're peeking off of this site. They did this on the last round as well. They do it here to peek into spawn. They're really risking a lot on these rounds, but the 2 scouts could have been good if there was no molly towards Goose. But once that molly comes in, and the scouts double up on the A ramp, they're fighting for the exact same angles. And yeah, it's not a fortunate situation.
I'm not going to repeat that.
Should I? I mean, it's just a joke, right? But
yeah, do it. It's funny.
That's
They're laughing.
fine. Okay, so yeah, Cirque said Peter lagged out, which is Stanislaw, and then Taco said video ? And then Cirque said I have it. We'll upload after. And then Taco said email me, please. Okay, that's all. Yeah, we're past it. I mean, it's all fun. It's all fun and games.
It's all fun and games.
Yeah, it's EG on this side, unfortunately.
Wait, talking about games before we move forward. Can you believe that Sponge was talking trash about Pokemon Snap?
Yeah, I kind of
missed. That's an N64 classic, man.
It is, yeah. So my mom only allowed me to get 1 game on the N64, and so I picked Super Smash Bros. I never actually even owned Pokemon Snap.
That's a good choice.
I just played Super Smash Bros. For like 7 months straight.
Right. To be fair, Chad was right. It was objectively a very bad game. But it's
what was how did you win?
You took pictures of Pokemon.
Oh, true, right, of course.
Yeah, in different positions, you know? Some people are into that. USPs and a P2000, all that the Brazilians are working with. So it's not going to be pretty. If you are sensitive to violence, please look away. But they redirect, actually, coming in through middle. KNG, he's going to do a little bit of damage. Taco, he's going to get a kill. These headshots are just all snapping back. You hear the dinks coming in left, right, center. Tarek coming in off Catwalk, also taking damage to just the vanilla pistols. This is a wild moment that MIBR create out of thin air.
They squeeze water from Stone. Absolutely poon EG. Yeah, I'll take a big squeeze.
You're my big squeeze.
Do you think they can win this?
I don't think so, but what do they have to lose? A couple Galils? You didn't even pay for them. You know, it's like gambling with somebody else's money.
I love doing that.
Yeah, my wallet knows. Fallen. He's sticking around the side of the window, but there is no footing here. So throw a Molotov in, try to keep them stuck in the bomb site, perhaps. I mean, they're still nearby. Ethan gonna go peek out mid, he dies. So yeah, they cut it all down. Evil Geniuses, they'll take that third, but it comes at quite the cost.
You know, Fur's been kind of not inconsistent, but not superstar for while MIBR were in the doldrums. Fur was pretty much the only player playing well, like before this year started, and for the most part. But lately, you know, KNG's been more consistent. Fallen's been more consistent. Taco's a little bit up. TRK is very inconsistent. Had one really extraordinary match versus EG, but that was it. And Fur, he's like map specific. He actually has outstanding performances on Dust 2 specifically.
This is a fast clash on the side of Long. Tarek trying to dodge flashbangs, but there's also damage nearby. I mean, it's a bit of a spam fest for empty-handed Ethan. He's gonna get the best of him. And we do have a sniper in position, falling back.
You really start to wince on the CT side. You lose a kill and Long, all in one stroke. Nothing to show for it. This is like buying a bike that your parents told you not to get because it was too flashy, and then it gets robbed on the first day. There's no coming back from that.
I know you speak from experience. I know it's a deep cut because it's not the first time you bring it up.
That walk home, man, that walk home. First of all, it was a long walk home because I was supposed to bike, and it was shameful and it was scary.
Yeah, it's all that nostalgia of Counter-Strike's birthday. It's bringing back the youth, huh?
For all the good and the bad.
Fallen. Ooh,
he sees too much.
Game. Yeah. He peeked behind the curtain, and that's against the rules. So Ethan gonna punish him for it, but TRK, he holds strong on Cat. He could cut off Breeze. Very quick headshot. That one works nicely for him. However, it is the bomb site compromised. It is the plant for Stan. And a molly right on TRK's feet. Even if he had an inkling of a thought to try and take this chance, I think he now knows better.
Based on what we've seen recently, EG are, I would say, a better team than Team Liquid right now. I would say even like their talent is just is good enough. You know, we talk about the talent stack on Liquid. I think it's fair to argue that their talent stack is higher or whatever. But right now, EG have better protocols on basically all maps. Their nades are better. They have better retakes on basically every single map too, and like this goes for Dust 2 as well. I mean, they play a clean game and they have talent kind of peaking on a few different levels right now. Bree's kind of the only one really who's just been a little bit more inconsistent than the rest.
Yeah, but I mean, the guy was the staple in terms of Evil Geniuses getting to the top of Counter-Strike in 2019. So we know he can do it. It's just a matter of returning back to that. Yes.
Yeah, he's been on this team literally longer than everyone in the organization. You know, like he's been on here since before
he's
Shaq
like the reign
bought
of
it.
FaZe.
NRG. Yeah, exactly. He is literally that. The NA reign.
That is a testament to how good of a teammate he is, because if you're never the guy who finds yourself on the chopping block, that says something. TRK could get cut down, but he peeks into the two-piece. Oh, a third! Just turns attention over to Breeze. Never panicked. TRK, he knew which targets to prioritize, and he gets them all. However, it was traded back by Stan, who still has the bomb and a couple of headshots, gets the man advantage for EG. Ethan, down suicide, punishes at mid doors as Stan the man shuts it back from barrel. KNG, with no kills on the scoreboard at this moment, is met by the double smoke and the follow-up molly. Now, if he somehow gets away with both these kills, I'd be shocked. Here's that bomb. First one starting to fade. There is a way to isolate the duels. Get Ethan first, hide in the smoke, and come back for Stan. But it's gonna need a cracking of the whip. The op shots never even rain out. It's an aggression from EG. They take control of the situation, and they take that 5th round by force.
Seems pretty clear that Ethan saw his barrel and then asked for them to push out at the same time. How they get confirmation another way. TRK, great triple by TRK, and a fantastic flash from Fallen to blind all 3 of the opposition. well timed on that peak and everything. But imagine getting 3 frags and then getting 2v5'd.
Ouch. 2v5 for the 5-0 start as well, to really put it all in context.
For the on fire start. Yeah, the buy comes in right away as the CTs call a timeout. KNG will be on the op.
Yep.
They've done a good job of avoiding him for the most part. You know, coming in late, he's going to end up dying as a rotator if he tries to retake. A's been pretty good. I don't know if it's been a spawn-based calling strategy for EG. It's a valid one. But their options are wide open. Dust 2 is their oyster right now. And, ooh.
Poor Fallen.
Fallen's in the hospital.
Oh, I respect his efforts. Keeps re-peeking there. KNG also scoped in. He's got to fade back to dodge the frag. Breeze traded by KNG. That's the 4v4. Looking good for MIBR. They want to keep that double sniper up, so they fall back. Oh, it is the scout, excuse me, on Fur.
There's no one on Cat, and they're peeking everything. Ethan doesn't really need to push mid here, but he really doesn't have to commit harder.
Yeah, perfect tuck.
This is just going to be... Whoa, the bomb's going back to Cat. Interesting.
Oh, Taco was about to walk into Ethan. That could have been the follow-up frag, and it will be. 4 versus 2 ensues, and with that mid pick, they've now got the route open towards B. Fallen could find the better of timing. It is him versus Stan, but with the health advantage and the offset crosshair, the blinding effect of that smoke really cost Mr. Toledo. Now KNG, V4, just wants to hang on to the op. He reveals his position. Cirque already scoped on his retreat. KNG, best of luck. He's on for the ace. Won't mean much.
Cirque's on for the team ace.
But an ace,
yeah, I mean,
is an ace.
Okay, I mean, it's coming out long now. Oh, okay. I mean, do we talk about the exit ace? Cirque's actually like, I'm good. You guys messed this up. I'm out of here.
I feel like Cirque is... Okay, so we have an ace or a team ace, and Cirque's gonna walk away from that gunfight with his tail tucked. That goes against all of the honor codes of Counter-Strike, and I am deeply offended.
I know how seriously you take your matchmakes, okay? You'd be super upset if Cirque went for that and lost. You play to win, and so does he.
Fair, fair. And at that 6-0 start, I don't think they want to give them anything they don't have to.
They'll have to deal with the op on this round. And the 4 deaths from the last one. It's a Pyrrhic victory. I actually learned this from chat when I was discussing some of the #CS glossary terms.
Learn from chat.
It was great. I mean, they said the Pyrrhic victory, something I didn't know about. A victory that is so bad that it's almost a negative. So in this situation, they end up, I mean, that's a real thing from, like, I don't know, French War or something like that. I don't know, chat, super smart the other day. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
A bunch of global elites in chat. And, because global elites have high IQs, of course. But, basically, you know, winning the round but only keeping 1 alive, you know, could have saved with 4 or 5. It's a net loss. They've got to rebuy so much.
Speaking of the CS glossary that you are currently in the works of, just to confirm, was it overhead victory or overhang?
Overhead, like if it would be
Overhead,
like you're
yeah,
a store owner, and if you had your overhead, you spent more money
Yes.
than you made, your overhead would be higher than your, so.
If 3 players can rebuy 2 players, then it's an overhead
victory.
win. A strong overhead win is the 5-0. I gotcha. Here's the op shot. KNG ever so slightly blinded. Breeze dying to the grenade. A deagle peek from Taco drops bomb. This has gone fantastically for MIBR, but it's not quite over. Ethan, he's found entry onto the B site, but he faces 3 CTs and he gets tagged and bagged by Taco on the peak. Of all the rounds for MIBR to win, it's this one.
That was actually quite a ridiculous shot from Fallen, because he had the scout and there was an op on cycle. If he didn't hit the headshot, Cirque lives to be able to shoot again, and they have the smoke down mid to B, so they could have brought that back. So really, really cool shot from Fallen there at mid, very clutch by him. And of course, it's the KNG op, I guess. It does come into play. I guess that's why they were trying to hunt him down so bad. Cirque takes him out, but it's so late.
Boom.
And yeah,
Nice
this is the
shot.
chance that Cirque could have got back into it.
Well, that's quite bewildering.
And see, we got that Pyrrhic victory, an overhead loss. What's that? Oh,
this is our chance to remind everybody, it's merch. That's right. The Smiley collection available now at shop.blast.tv. And in celebration, of course, for Counter-Strike's birthday, I can offer you guys 21% off all items. That's right, 21% off all items at shop.blast.tv. Don't waste your time anymore. Get those orders in as soon as possible.
Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. That
That's
day
when our
has
grand
absolutely no
finals is.
relevance. But yeah, we got, okay, that's what it was. That's why I said that.
No relevance at all. Yeah. Just the most important day of the culmination, the Blast Spring Series back in London, the showdown a couple weeks ago, and now this, of course, to decide the first finalist. Who runs the gauntlet? Well, right now, it's looking good for EG, but not this round. Funny enough, MIBR win 1, and we've got this type of bye.
Yeah, because of the overhead loss on the previous round. Hunting down KNG, dropping 4 targets, and then losing 5 in the last round means they don't have any money left.
They do have grenades on the CT side. Oh, and they hurt, they sting, they burn, and then they line up for a couple of headshots made easy, breezy. It's beautiful. Fallen connects the op shot, and down goes Cirque last but not least. A second round for MIBR.
And they'll buy back now with Cirque on the op. He's able to buy the op because he was able to hold on to it. The one guy that didn't die that previous round. But the 2 ops comes in for MIBR to stack the problems higher. Love this adjustment. There's a bunch of good times to do it. You know, when you're winning too many rounds in a row and you think that the other team's about to find an answer, double op. When you're losing a lot of rounds in a row and you just need to find something to ease up the rotations, communication's not bad, double op. So here's a situation I feel like they need to perform this comeback. Things are just not looking too hot when they try to perform some of these regular setups. So far, we've got MIBR win an eco round with an op, with the saved op, and then an anti-eco round.
Also with an op.
So they're probably not feeling too confident overall.
And first sets up shop right here in mid, falls back towards his spawn as the utility pressures him. He goes right through it, wastes no time, and takes down 2 players, has cover, burns the third. Fur is absurd. That is a ridiculous mid hold, and more importantly than holding the B site, he holds the bomb. It's Ethan and Cirque with the window boost to try and claw this back, but they'll find nothing.
Oh, okay. Man, I guess they could have watched it if they wanted to. They just really didn't expect Fur to run through that. I mean, could have died on that flash instantly. Ends up being this Pyromancer. Was able to juggle both shooting and fire abilities to assist himself in getting all 3 kills. Oh boy.
Oh, Ethan heard that. A little audio cue, but he gets pinched at the perfect moment. Getting shot in the front and back. He's like a double door sandwich.
Who was the... What the hell is a double door sandwich?
I don't know. Whatever that was.
Oh, he's in double doors, and he's right. Okay. I thought this was a new Subway. It's a new Subway sandwich I haven't heard of. Yo, those doors were flipped. Ethan wins that round, 100%.
Yeah, that's true. This is probably the last event we'll have with outdated Dust 2. So something new and rejuvenated coming soon to a pug near you. Fur gonna blast back Ethan first. Tarek is right there behind him, but it's just no contest. Rifles versus pistols, and it's all unarmored. Cirque, he's gonna sprint as fast as those little legs can take him. He's gonna run and die in the end, because TRK already prepared.
Yeah, imagine that. 4 rounds, one kind of force-up save, 2 anti-eco rounds, and 1 real rifle round where they stopped. MIBR put up the 4 in a row.
What a turnaround.
It's crazy. I mean, economy, you know, being a big factor here, haunting EG a little bit. The buy's still good, and there was just one small gap there where they could have just watched for someone to run through the mid to B smoke, just anyone, one person, and they would have killed Fur and been able to head out to B versus minimal targets, but opted out.
Good patient cat boost, and Fallen just jiggle peeking it as to not overcommit. There's the peek, there's the frag, there's the fallback.
Nice. Now they're getting more comfortable. They're getting this 5v4. There's no actual move from EG just yet. And they're the ones who got their bright green and yellow bike stolen.
TRK looking like a thief, hiding behind the blue box, peeks wide, executes Stanislaus. Cirque's gonna tag him through the dumpster, and then the second shot as well connects. Okay, if he kills Fur inside of Pit, then this round is actually in question, but it's a tough duel, and he dies to it. Fallen through the ledge, hits Ethan in the eyes. 6-5, MIBR trailing only by 1.
Yeah, that's some good lockdown. Yeah, and they're trailing only by 1. EG started off this game instantly on fire with a 5-0. Streak back from MIBR, and they've shown they aren't gimmicky either. They also won, they won those eco rounds. Those were nice and easy. They also won now, I think, 3 rifle rounds. EG got shook.
I'm glad this has happened in a way. Makes it a little more exciting, huh? Again, neither of these teams eliminated, but the loser sent down to face Furia in a loser bracket final. The winner of this picking up that first finalist slot. Again, this whole tournament sequence has been months in the making. We finally have a contender for the throne. Evil Geniuses, as you said, 5-0 start, but MIBR 6-0 start. They answer with 5 straight CZs, couple flashbangers, great frag grenade, and KNG lets them pass. Hey, this could actually pressure the A site ever so slightly. TRK's flashed, Fur is in cover, Ethan's able to answer, but look at that, trade after trade with just the limited pistols. And Tarek, well, he's come on from long, so it's CT spawn and catwalk that MIBR have to work with.
Ooh, gun from TRK onto the site. They've got half armor here. Molotov, oh, it lands on default, so Goose becomes a much better position with long control especially. They've got very decent positions.
Ooh, a chance with the Deagle doing the damage, but there's 2 quick headshots. Stan, he's gonna take further. Now he's just looking for Taco, but it's the distraction. Too many enemies, too many angles, too much gunfire. MIBR doing what was done to them 6 rounds in a row.
Yo, well done on the retake. No, seriously, the T's got into strong spots in that position. They got off default safely. They had Goose. They had a long plant. They had a gun up. And then Tarek loses to this off duel. Nice adjustment from Fallen. He's been pretty good so far. Him and Fur, really. I mean, Fur, again, talk about his Dust 2 statistics. He has outstanding Dust 2 maps in recent memory. You can go and check those stats for yourself. And Fallen joining him. That's a dynamic duo. They're right back into this, man. I'd rather win the last 6 rounds than the first.
Yeah, I feel you. How about the last 3 rounds? Are those ones up in the air?
Yeah, I'll take a look where I can get them.
Grenades doing some damage here. Fur, deep corner, Tuck, dodging flashes. Oh, he lines up the whole team. He takes 2 players down with him, but that hurts. EG stunned and kind of caught in no man's land, trying to work through elbow, but Fallen just stops him. Cirque's got a little bit of an answer, a little bit of life, and he's got a bomb plant. He could take it, but instead tries to anticipate a peek. Nobody moves their feet, they hold. He plants. He has 0 utility, and they have an armada of first molly on the front of the site, flashbangs high, all the while a second onto Goose. He falls back into it and never even finds a second standing. MIBR for the first time back in the lead.
Back in the lead, yeah. Had a double check on, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Straight streak. Always good to be careful. Better safe than sorry. Just like Fallen on that bait setup with Fur, holding it down. Man, I just wish Fur just kept spraying because he would have got all 4. We saw in that X-ray they were just lined up perfectly for him. Just another kind of demo win, right? They have the right read on the exact play that's coming their way, and while normally in a vacuum, that position from Fur would not be safe because if Cat's not smoked, then he's in plain view. In that specific situation, it's the perfect spot to play.
Breeze hoping that his route keeps him alive. Flashbangs go high and convince the CTs to fall back. They'll take Cat instead.
It's the best setup, so I mean the best opening at least for EG that we've seen in a few rounds now. It's 5v5, but they get long. Cat pushes in. Rotates are fine for MIBR. You know, they're this far down Cat. It's actually not that bad of a spot. And Fallen's not going to be the one to boost up. Interesting.
No, he's just going to hold that line. We saw him peek into what could have been a three-piece. Looks for the collateral. Oh my goodness. A second chance at players lining up, but Fur, he is able to answer immediately. Takes Tarek off of mid, and while TRK will be burned out of existence for the time being, he'll have a chance to resurge back in. Ethan pops shoulder to shoulder with Cirque. There's also the Goose player in Breeze on the off. Smoke grenade goes deep. Oh, KNG, he just got one down from CT spawn and the boost up. The boost calls out Breeze. These retakes for MIBR have been so damn good. Stan the man, close with Ethan, both as well with a kill apiece. It's the 2v2, but Taco's flank comes in. He just doesn't have the time. Even if Ethan dies, there's no defuse coming through for the Brazilians. It's a 7th for EG.
Almost. Taco has to say, well, not even go for that with 15k in his pocket. Whoa, he's actually in danger. Taco, they don't even realize that both the players are trying to get up to the site there. And EG, they pull one out of the hat. Now looking to just close out this half. It would tell us a lot, I think, to who can close this out the strongest after the streaks go back and forth in these final rounds. Now that both teams' game plans have been known, who's feeling confident, who's got a little bit left in the tank here. Have they finally figured out MIBR? Well, it's EG. They don't have much to work with. They have at least the op, but it's two Galils. And the first kill does not go their way.
Nope. Taco's pathing. Bests it, but Stan. Very quick headshot in answer. Fur also dropped, but not by the guy he's shooting at. It's Cirque who gives cover. TRK through the smoke again. He is so good for the multi-frags. This man stands his ground, and Tarek would need almost as many kills in this 15th round as he's had all half. 3 CTs to try and find. KNG, he's posted on the double doors, and Tarek, he may unsuspectingly walk right into this, can't manage the Galil spray, will burn him into the open. So now it's just 2. Fallen scoped on it. Oh, it's a game of millimeters, and Fallen sticks it to him. An 8th and final round for MIBR. They take that slight edge as we switch over to the second half. The final half of the final map to crown our first finalist. Join us after the break to see who wins.
You got to draw a line somewhere, I guess.
Only good for that 1 week.
NBK is going to be in for a bit of a tight time here. Whoa. Nicely done. Point blank finds one, gets a second, a third, looking for it, and he gets the 4th as well. French CS.
So they'll have to wait that one out. Clearly G2 looking to just split this B site at the 32nd mark, but a D from JKS.
And Kenny's going to just have to hit some heads. He's hanks for them, and it's just the first. He's able to fall back. He's got to put his weapon back together. And he will. It's a good time flashbang, but he knows the magazine's low. Now he's got the knife out. It's a stab onto Issa. Oh my God. And the headshot on Devalda. Hunter's going to help him out from pit, so Alexi B is all alone in a 1 versus 5. Nobody gets out from porch. Nobody gets footing close to that site. And it all goes around Kenny S.
Wow. Alexi, the 1-on-3, you think he's got no chance. One player back default, one in the pit. It's one of the most dangerous crossfires, even when you have 5 alive. Saw they struggled in that situation. Headshot through the wall. Alexi's out of the round. What a round from Kenny S, though.
He's getting back around ramp. He needs clean kills, and he takes down Kenny. Follows up onto Hunter. 3 frags from him. Let's see if they can get out mid. Again, smoke spam. Great timing coming out of the CTs. OG throwing Alexi B forward, only able to grab another kill, but he's done such a great job. Oh, what? Nexa robs it back. 3 kills, but here comes Valda on the flank, hot on the heels of the mid play. 2v2, and he dodges the op. Kenny sprints into the B side.
Yeah?
Yeah, wants to get some exits here.
Ruin the ratio. Oh my god.
He's gonna get them both.
Oh, Kenny's gonna die to the bomb. So he's got to come out with a wicked Kenny peek, and it's just gonna feed.
I mean, we say Mantu shouldn't get all 3, but Mantu also had 100 HP, and the door's open. Amanek gonna rush it.
Whoa, his teammate
it's not
there.
planted.
Oh, we
3
can't even
seconds.
cover that. There's no way.
Amanek robs the round.
Close the door.
Has to form a miracle to be able to win that.
Oh,
Once
but
again, running into the blender versus Fur, Hunter, top of the hut.
Finally.
Oh, good trade comes out, but Nexa looks to pick up the pieces. 2 up versus 1. Alexi only Mac 10 in hand. Better guns all over the place if he can find them. Don't know how close, though. And
quite...
Kenny is now moving in for the kill. Interesting, though, to make it a 1v1. He drops off, and Alexi, he loves to take this fight. We saw how patient he was in this moment. Jax pops up behind him, pops his hat right off.
Both these teams in the upper bracket final, because they defeated their kryptonite, the head-to-head win count of MIBR versus Furia and that of EG versus Liquid would not favor either of these teams. And yet now, with 1 round the difference, we have the final half to decide who gets that golden ticket. Will it be the Brazilians? With a little bit of utility on the T side, they're going to try to kick it off with a fast-track second pistol.
MIBR last time around got 10 rounds on their CT side and struggled a bit more, 6 rounds on T side. So we'll see if EG's defense will be better. I had more to say definitely from the games we watch about EG's CT side. So we'll see if they can deliver. There's an interesting setup here for EG, the heavy stack towards B, but long control. But allowing the plant to go down these days, that's a win in and of itself.
Yeah, well, what if the bomb just walks away from the completely open bomb site?
Oh, and runs into the CT setup that they were waiting for?
Yeah, what if? What if?
I guess Stan's been watching demos too.
Bunch of nerds, I love it. We get the Glock shots rattling off as the T's commit to mid. Ethan getting the best of the doorway, but KNG trades it. And now Stan, he's all alone other than Cirque on the back of the site, who puts up 2 big kills. He's trying to tap back at TRK as that bomb desperately sprints in just in the nick of time. Fur dodges the threat from mid. Those 2 players who anchored A site, they wasted no time rotating, but it was a marathon just to get here, and they're sent packing. TRK insta headshot. Breeze 4 and 14 laid to rest as MIBR finds second pistol.
Big frags from TRK. He's at 14 and 8. He's actually joined the party fully, and with these 3 important pistol kills to top it off. A setup victory for EG, where they have the right read and they allow Cirque to go to work, but Stan doesn't get a kill. Ethan only gets 1. And I think Cirque's throwing the flash too. So I think you just needed to give this guy like 3 more arms and let him just do all the work by himself. It didn't seem like they were going to be able to do anything more with anybody but him. And now EG they'll buy up, and we'll entertain the thought of EG winning this round. Certainly, MIBR will take it very, very seriously. But they traded out enough even, with the 3, and they had the 2 rotates in, but it was just all about TRK and that post line.
Oh, almost. Stan hits that headshot and does some gnarly damage, but KNG will keep it clean. to 84. Pops the molly on the staircase. And looks to party with the 3 CTs on the other side of the corner. But very good tempered aggression here. He falls back at the perfect timing, and that almost created like a vacuum effect where EG, they gave up their sight stack and went closer towards Cat. So now, unless they jump players back up, you'd think that Long would put this all in question. Tarek's pistol takes 1, but the trade's in favor of MIBR. Taco best Stan, and it all falls on Ethan.
Well, yeah, they try to find that small window where MIBR is still setting up for Long, but they have been decisive, and they get rewarded for their decisiveness. Peeking wide right into that. And I guess maybe actually trying to help Cirque trade because he was at Car and took the scout shot, or whoever it was that Car was. I think it was Cirque. But yeah, EG now back on the pistols. MIBR hit double digits. Monka eyes here for EG.
Pepe Omega. KNG's got a little bit of cover. Pistols tapping him back. But I mean, he did a really good job of like initiating the engagement last round, and then once he felt a little too pressured, just kept himself alive. I expect the same. Shouldn't be too difficult, just racket up these frags versus the vanilla USPs. They've already cut down 2 of the remaining 4. Fur hits the dirt, but TRK trades it all. So not just double digits, but an 11-7 lead.
Can you give us a Bruce buffer to get right into this action with Cirque now opping the first kind of rifle round here of this half?
Sure. Introducing on the CT side, hailing all the way from Bulgaria, Cirque, the Beast from EG.
That was way better than I anticipated. I was prepared to maybe try to poke fun at that. That was pretty awesome. Okay, I'm fired up. Let's get into it. We now have Cirque on this op. Yeah, he's full power. And low grenades on basically everybody here. CT's floating between a couple of positions. Double stack set up to try to stop and counter any mid to Bs. MIBR, we know they haven't made a decision, but I think they're liking the idea of going towards Cat. TRK, well, it'll be an expensive route there. He'll take half his health to that 1 grenade.
Yep, that's the perfect pitch. TRK would have just gotten thrown to the depths of the dunk tank. But he is still the front runner for the Cat play, tucked behind the stairs. He waits. Heavy A presence from EG, but patient A presence as well.
We talked about this. Goose being such a strong spot, except when the Molotov comes through. How will Tarek play it?
Cirque's looking for his attempt, but dodges the flashbangs. KNG, oh, he comes in from mid doors, through the CT smoke into the spawn, and cuts back 2. Sure, further damage onto Stan, but all the while, we have MIBR getting what they needed. That Cat hit, the bomb plant, a post plant, and great positions in the man advantage with a wounded Stanislaw who just has to walk away. This is a 5-round lead. KNG through mid into CT spawn. That was a thing of beauty.
And everything that they tried worked, right? They go for the Cat play. They have the 3-man setup from EG. Setup is totally fine, but you have KNG getting away with his lurk on the top of all of the entries, going just right as well. He gets 2 kills, Taco, 1 frag. Don't even know what happened to Cirque in that spot, but he doesn't get to save this gun, and his teammates won't be able to retrieve it for him either. And that was a very, very confident round. Very simple, fundamental round from MIBR. But if they can copy and paste like copy and paste a strat like that, and it can work, I mean, they've got a lot of ways they can win this game. Scary scene here. Oof. Oh, it's KNG to kill Cirque at Car. Oh, wow, sorry.
Yeah, that second
didn't even
kill.
Notice that. Holy
moly. What's the buyback? Evil Genius is not in the best of positions economically. Oh, this is kind of an ugly buy. You know, it's all they can afford, so you can't really poke fun at it, but
yeah, I mean, they saved
could have
some.
gone all in. Yeah.
They saved some, so they're going for next round. They're saving, I mean, just behind these 2 rifles. I really think, you know, the op is going to be instrumental. I don't even know if Sir can afford it next round, but we're not looking at that much loss here. Fallen takes a shot, but yeah, this is one of the situations where Sir just wishes he had a better gun to go off of. Man, this kill count on MIBR is looking daunting for having an extraordinary map.
He sees the heads passing. Ethan takes a shot at it, but can't quite manage. Then we get Breeze just standing out in the open. TRK fully flashed. Stan, he can't manage it, but he will get the kill in the end, and it's Ethan in with 2 deagles. We didn't even get to see it, but we could watch him close. A third frag by way of a single bullet. And that bomb was dropped on Cat, so he knows that Fallen can't just get into the post plant quickly. Ethan Arnold on for the clutch.
Oh man, that's
This
actually
could
perfect.
be glorious.
He's definitely in the best position.
Oh my God,
he
calls
reads
it!
the walk back. That is so nuts. That, yo, Prius, really great job.
Perfect.
On that. That was
perfect. I was so unprepared for that walk back peek. Boom!
I can't believe, first of all, Fallen does this play, and Ethan reads him like a post-it note. Holy smokes. That was so sick from Ethan. Plus the
That's
2
a big
Deagle
play.
kills as well. Yeah.
Yep. So he's
I
now
don't
leading
care.
the pack.
That was an Ethan clutch and a Prius clutch.
You know what's wild is I literally feel the impact on our casting. It's harder to do play-by-play when you don't know where everybody is. So, I mean, we already talk about how like it's so much easier to observe a game and critique plays when you have the information. But just our job without X-ray is hard. Imagine these poor guys, man. Ethan,
yeah.
he could not lose focus for a moment. If he anticipated different timing, Fallen could have just peeked and snapped him back, denying the godlike clutch. Okay, that one kind of, you know, that one serves as a reminder to MIBR. Like, yes, you're in the lead. Yes, this T side looks strong. But don't you dare try to write off the individuals of EG.
Yeah. Cry may be free, but not rounds. No rounds will be free here. I would if I was MIBR do this exact same thing. Cat completely clean. Now, I think the only thing about this from EG is a bit uninspired in terms of what they've done previously. There's absolutely no resistance. This time, they don't even have that grenade that landed so aptly on TRK. Over mid. Oh, so much pressure on this 2-1-2.
A lot of that falls on Cirque. Of course, with the CT smoke, maybe somebody drops down on it, but Cirque wanting to keep himself alive. They've got the man
Work is
advantage,
out.
35 seconds. There is that mid play still from KNG. And the 2 defenders off of B, back through mid. Oh, King Vito, he's gonna try to split this. Perfect timing. But there's the trade frag from Ethan, so at least it is the one and done. Cirque now confirmed the bomb is on site, but it's planted for Cat. And that means Fallen can stay back alongside Taco. Volleying off one of the 3, TRK activates, extends over the ledge, takes a bit of a risk, and Breeze, well, he's gonna trade that one back. So Fallen, his position now known as he bests the other sniper. Man advantage back. Can Ethan do it again? He's pressuring Fallen, but he goes down. It's the Brazilians with 13.
They didn't let them get comfortable in that retake. TRK finding the exact right moment to pick up and jump into that fight. Fallen picking the perfect angle to hold. That was definitely a winnable retake here for EG, and it took a lot of things to go right for MIBR to win that. Definitely a great spot, especially after that trade goes down. That was 3v4 in favor of Evil Geniuses after Ethan got the trade on KNG. KNG picked that player out of the spawn, but still, it was totally fine since he had died. They knew that was the mid lurker that opened up Cat for the retake. They knew that no one else was flanking CT spawn. That's a huge sigh of relief for EG. They still can't win. Breeze absent, Tarek absent. Man, it's crazy. We started out 6-1 MIBR. It looked so good in that same half, and now come back and already have such a huge lead into the second, and have won 2 very good and sustainable rifle rounds. And
oh, yeah!
Fly in the face of all the analysis. Cirque comes through with that wallbang scout headshot onto the op.
More
he won't get to upgrade his gun, but they get the 5v4.
I'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, we had the Ethan heroic play to allow them to get back into the round. Well, get back into the game last time. And now 5v4. Still not an unwinnable spot, though, for MIBR. They certainly have still some advantages here. Lots more utility, 4 AKs, and all the HP.
Again, Cat. At what point do we start to demand a change here from Evil Geniuses? It's been given over to MIBR so consistently.
It feels like, actually, I had a criticism of MIBR. It feels like sometimes during their T-sides, like, the calling kind of stops, like things get a bit uninspired halfway through games. That was happening. That doesn't seem to be happening anymore, but this is what it looks like for EG right now. I don't know if it's a bit dead in there in the comms. Maybe Maniac can give us a little bit of insight without giving away too much, but what it feels like.
Down with Ethan up close. He doesn't fall back. He sticks the barrel to him. 3 frags for Ethan. 20 kills on the scoreboard for him. And it is only KNG left over. This is absolutely what Evil Geniuses need. A complete total overhead win with 5 players alive.
Yeah, totally. 100% correct. You know, all of the money that they need to spend next round on the nades, all the expensive utility they need, this brings it all back. Ethan he's a ring light in a dim room right now. And yeah, and they need not to be thinking content at the moment. This is, you know, like MIBR, hey, this is the last time maybe they knock on the door of the B site. There's still other problems here.
I like the moves from Ethan there. You know, could have gone back into car, which would have given the T's at least a chance to have vision as they swung wide in an attempt to trade, but by playing in that awkward, close proximity, he still gets them before they really know where they are. So it works, but trailing by 4 rounds, Evil Geniuses keep up that money. That's a strong sign of the potential comeback, but it is still just potential.
Yeah. Whoa, wow. EG have MIBR have sustained heavy losses in these last 4 rounds, huh? Like 4 players died last round. Well, 5, 4, 3, 5. Yeah, wow. These last few. This is kind of the perfect time to have like a 5 alive round like that.
Yep. That 22nd round is one to remember if EG continue with victories here. However, we have also seen no consecutive round wins from EG's CT side. They only have 2 CT rounds to begin with. But if there's any good sign, it's that both of those rounds have come in the last 3. KNG trying to extend around mid. There's heavy presence. Ethan, he's gonna line him up. Tries to regain control of the spray, but it's only 2 frags for him. Oh, but that's big! Stand through the smoke and Breeze on a hot flank shuts it all down. Fur swoops into the den, and the monstrosity gobbles him up.
Yeah, as good as that is from Ethan to pick up the slack for Tarek there, outside of versus that mid to B split, that stand kill could be almost as important. They stop the bomb plant from going down. He has the jump spot to get it. Lines up that spam perfectly. That's why all kills are not made equal. Anti-eco frags, clutch frags, you know, they're different. But and then that's one of them too. This one's harder to define, but you can see that bomb shooting for window could have reset the situation a little bit. So big moves, and MIBR saving, but they aren't saving HP. They're low. Deagle's up for MIBR. Go back to Cat because it's always free. And you know, I'm sure EG have thought about it. Like, why is it always free? Like, what's their plan? But the thing is that they've been losing rounds versus Cat take, so you can't say like the plan's that great.
Should be an easy one. But Cirque's in the open. Ooh, yeah. He needs to get back into cover, and he barely gets there. 11 health. TRK just above Tarek's head. Tarek's gonna try to swing onto the bomb site. Breeze cutting off Bird does prevent any cover, but TRK managing to get his hands back on the weapon. However, his head's been taken clean off. KNG, last man in mid, cut down, and it's 4 survivors for EG as they grab themselves 11.
We have a match. Again, we have a match. EG making this comeback, that means a lot. MIBR looked so terrifying with the couple of rounds they did win because they were just so confident. They had sick executions, great spacing, all the flashbangs came correct. But now EG look like they've started to stabilize a little bit. I wouldn't be too quick to call this one anymore. Round 25, 2 rounds of difference. Buy save situation for MIBR, down to $0. No op in play.
Frag goes over. Ooh, perfect timing.
Whoa, they can explode off this? Oh, this is real. I actually like this a lot from MIBR, even though there's 3 on A.
Oh, but the smoke. It just allowed Breeze to have vision on the feet of Fur. He sees those size 12s. Cuts them down. Now what? What's the answer? We were going to have MIBR with 4 players bursting on long doors and KNG the solo cat hold, but I suppose because he got here early, he calls them all back into action. Smoke grenade over the top. It's the double up here on mid. Definitely trying to sell the fake, but EG, they haven't bitten down on this. Instead, they're going to look to hold off ramp. Cirque, he's going to get clotheslined, but KNG doesn't get it quick enough. Breeze in with an answer. Taco responds. 2 versus 2, and we've got EG coming in from mid. TRK capitalizes on the timing, plants this bomb for long. That allows Taco to go full retreat mode, and maybe TRK takes one with him. So far, so good. The Molly on the other side keeps Stan from trading. He has a full belt of utility. This would be a massive clutch, so he tries to soften him up, down to a quarter HP. TRK at the base of ramp, and Stan stands tall, trying to find the angle. He gets the first one. Now he can just go ahead and smoke off bomb. He's already got the kit. Taco, he's gonna be somewhat flashed, and he has to connect this shot. He's sprinting in desperately, final second, and Taco denies it.
The clutch, the patience, the taps across. He did not scare for a second. Stan had that wrapped up. You know, that smoke goes down and he has to turn from it. No points of reference anymore. That's anyone's game, but Taco just so carefully, surgically moving his crosshair across the screen just to the point that he finds the head. Really well done. Really well done.
Good.
Oh man, that sucks the life out of EG. You know, that's gotta be super frustrating.
How many times in a situation like that would you see somebody, after not hitting the first 6, 7 shots, get flustered and try to spray? He meticulously, millimeter by millimeter, just hones in on the head.
Always shoots, the blood comes out of the smoke sometimes. But yo, look, but the A setup, man. Why is Cirque not just watching the ramp? He was waiting for Breeze to stop him, but there's an angle if someone comes up to the wall to shoot down the A ramp that Breeze cannot help him, and Cirque had somebody else to help him spot the cross. I love Cirque as a car operator. I think he's extraordinary in the position and rarely makes mistakes. But I think in that spot, he should have been focusing on just himself and covering.
Oh, the lineup. This is huge. Stan takes 2, and he even gets back into cover, still alive and kicking. Now he's got the teammates. The B hit from MIBR implodes upon them. Almost empty-handed. If it wasn't for Fallen in the 1v5 with a single kill, that'd be perfect for EG.
I mean, I love how they're basically just making this a close game. They're making this a close game by their own volition. They're throwing in these B hits that are getting decimated at the, I guess, potential opportunity to end early. They're just going to absolutely smack down coming out of the B tunnels every single time they've tried. They've come close on the mid Bs. They've had almost 100% success rate on the cap plays, but they decide to take their full belts of utility and run through the tunnels. And, I mean, they're still in the lead, but I guess they like an exciting match. I'm not exactly sure what the rationale is.
Just trying the classic rush B. It doesn't. I almost feel like that's insulting. It's disrespectful to Taco's clutch the round previous, where we had the meticulous calculations and excellent play to just go for something so bold. But at least they commit to their guns. You know, they were all on the same page.
In the last 4 rounds, MIBR have had 1 person stay alive. They've obviously lost a few. No, 2 in the last 5. So I guess what happened was they just didn't have enough utility. Breeze now on the anti-eco. There was somebody else there, but he don't want to trade.
Oh, no, he just wants the deagle. Fallen will try his hand on the cannon, and it connects instantly, but doesn't expect Surf to be lying in wait. And then TRK with just the Glocks falling on the catwalk. Tarek with the double, EG within 1.
Tarek's score looks great backwards, but he's really got to step up at this point to pull this together. Because again, he plays high frag positions, and he knows that, right? Like it's going to be important. I mean, you know what's weird though is normally he's the guy who's making these cool plays on Cat, but they just not put it as part of their game plan. I don't even exactly know where he has been at.
Here we go. Still anybody's game. All results possible.
Yeah,
Overtimes, wins.
This is Schrodinger's cat.
3 Ts outside long. We saw them want to, at one point, try to go KNG up cat 4 on long, but it was already a bit more aggressive than this one. Taco, he wants to move that bomb up Xbox, but Ethan may have seen that, and if his radar registered the player, then that would have also been bomb.
Yeah, but they're not playing like it, huh? That's weird. I'm not exactly sure.
A lot of pressure here for Cirque. He lands the first one. Molly goes forward, Breeze, he's gonna cut off the next 2 players. Total lockdown on long. It has given up the bomb site. It would be unreal for KNG and Taco to try and clutch this, especially now that Taco's all alone. 5 survivors for Evil Geniuses. This game is 14 rounds apiece.
And that denotes the first time that we see MIBR try the 3 long variation on this A-take, and it does not work out well. EG setup seems to, I think, be ready maybe for this adjustment. It's funny because EG, they haven't been innovating at all. They've been trying to do some of the same stuff over and over again. It's MIBR who started off making the right calls and then have just now started trying attacks that are better and more conducive to EG's setups that haven't changed. They're like playing themselves.
Oh my goodness, and look at the buy. A scout
Oh, they're
upgraded
like
pistols.
giving up match point basically, yeah.
They're essentially putting a few eggs in this basket, but really relying in taking this into overtime. We've seen each team throughout this series win rounds with weapons like this. To do so in the 29th round of the 3rd map with a spot in the finals on the line would be huge.
And
Flash
finally,
the cat.
an aggressive cat setup.
Yeah, finally, after all of this time, they have forfeited control of Catwalk to MIBR so consistently throughout this CT side. They finally move forward on it, and it pays off to the man advantage. The grenades actually blow the gun back at the feet of Tarek, so if Fur wants it, he has to fight for it. And now the Molly's on his feet. He is right there, tucked in close with the bomb carrier who's trying to line up utility. Another perfectly timed peek to the favor of EG. Taco's gonna answer with 1, but he's got 3 more kills ahead. At least he upgrades into the weapon, and he's got the full Kevlar. Here's the man in CT spawn. Doesn't know that Cirque is scoped in on him. 25 seconds. If he wants to try and sprint B, now's his chance. If not, he's walking into the majority of EG on A. He's hoping somebody just gives up an angle, and Ethan very well could, but Taco, worst possible moment to look away. He's down for the count. It's EG securing 15. And who would have thought, after the start we had from MIBR on this T side, with the blowout at the end of the first CT side, now Evil Genius is ready to deliver the knockout punch. They've got that left hook wound all the way back, and it's up to MIBR to block it.
Full strength versus full strength. I can't believe it's round 30 in EG after all of that. All of that comeback from MIBR. EG are the ones to take 15 first. Absolutely shocking. Well, those 2 B plays that they tried to commit to that cost them 4 rounds with the ecos that followed them. Be the difference between MIBR taking this map and losing it. They're staged, they're holed up in tunnels once again. It's this 3B setup that EG used to win versus Cat last time. But all the while, they've actually been waiting for a mid to B.
8 out of the last 10 rounds, all with EG's name on it. Fallen, hoping for the window peek, but that will never come because Tarek's already on the scaffolding. Stan trying to keep eyes on the bottom of mid. These last 2 rounds have been called perfectly. The setup in position, but it's only the first. TRK takes 2. Ethan doubling back, dropping the bomb, almost killing Fallen, but the 2v2 ensues. And Fur, well, he's gonna get Cirque caught off guard. Right in CT spawn, he drops, and it's all on Breeze. 17 kills on Dust 2. He is met by a smoke. He's gonna try and flash his way through it. Fallen already low, now down to the 1v1, and Fur's got this op scoped in on the cross. Frag goes wide, it's overtime!
They pulled it off. They actually did it. Versus the mid to B into the setup of EG once again, and they've got to be upset. Tarek gets 1, and we have on the site, Ethan grabbing 2 on the hold. The third teammate once again can't deliver, and it gives MIBR a lifeline. Would you have it any other way? After 30 rounds, 15-15 on those 2 maps that we saw coming into this. So unclear.
That kill right there.
And the water gets even muddier.
Passion on one side of the player cameras. And a distraught Tarek on the other. And oh, as if it couldn't get worse. Ethan down early, the B site open for the taking. MIBR have 2 players close, but they decide not to sprint into this.
They totally could have too. Yeah, they didn't know it. But man, this has never happened so far this match. An opening kill like that. Tarek now just in the B site solo. They're pressed up, and MIBR know they're going to want to try to get some map control back. Especially getting that kill that early. Resets the clock, really. Just hold on. 20 seconds. Wait for pushes. See if the CTs mess up. And if they don't, MIBR will be well favored. Yeah, Breeze gets called out.
Well-timed Molotov Fallen with the op kill. We saw well-timed peeks from EG on Cat. Yet again, the flash from Fallen helping out Breeze. Fur answering that one. Man advantage up for the Brazilians. And this defense is split. One
Going
smoke.
Cirque, if he spots from the ramp, he does have line of sight. There's no smoke for the... Oh, it just comes out, actually. And Cirque will tell Tarek.
He's going to have to do everything. Tarek from the back of the site. Oh, he gets the offset crosshair back in with the peek. The damage is substantial versus TRK. But it's all on Cirque. 6 seconds as that bomb goes down. Player right beneath him, missing the shot, giving MIBR at least 1 here on T-side OT.
He didn't miss. Fur had 8 HP. He actually hit him, but that puts Fur on 30. Yep, wall bang. Floor bang.
Oh.
And that could have been the 1v1 here. Yeah, tagged through. Wow, it didn't even look like he was close. Right. Holy. Well, off of that
My
one
heart
kill.
sank as you said that.
Off of that one kill.
Just because he's that much closer. And now his leg. Oh, again! And a double! A peek in from KNG. Damage back from Ethan. He's gone big before. KNG going down. That's going to call Tarek into the scope of Fallen. The offers picking him apart. Ethan not able to do anything other than the first. And Breeze already being called out. Fallen is in their brains. He knows exactly where they are. He knows exactly what they're up to. And MIBR, they could very well clean sweep the T side of OT.
Fallen just winning OT for them. For everything here in the upper bracket. 2 opening op kills, 2 wallbang headshots.
disgusting in all the best ways.
Ethan did not get to play. Cirque didn't get to play on that last round, this round. And the trades just come out. And they make it go from bad to worse so quickly. Setting up out mid for that next kill as well. Oh, man. Cirque was just trying to wiggle in. Get snug.
Oh, and the buy. It's gross. 2 SMGs, Scout, 5-7, and on the other side, 3, 4 auto snipers. Oh, it's disgusting. The 5-7 not dead yet. I'm glad it doesn't work.
Tarek's worst nightmare. Seeing 5 scopes to the back of mid, and yeah, they're all thrown out. That's actually an iconic photo right there.
Stan's so lucky to be alive. He's just hanging on to this little pea shooter of a pistol.
Man, and EG couldn't do anything off of that because they only had 1 cross. There was 4 out towards long. They just go back into more standard positions. But the NOA boost.
Yep. He's going to see the first one. Falls off of the angle, not wanting to risk it all. A single CT round could be everything for EG. Or else no matter what, it's double OT or lose. Man, advantage is big. It's more important to maintain it, however. And Ethan, he gets another. Taco trying to jump past the scope of Fallen, the second casualty versus MIBR. They were looking as if they could close with the 3-0 T side. And they can, but it would have to be something special. 3 versus 5, still not the best of weapons. Ethan just beneath them. Fallen's op connects one. Cirque through the wicker basket. And then he has to fall back. Ethan, he's low as well. Damage is coming out of MIBR, but they are gonna need to plant. There's 15 seconds left and it's all on TRK. He's got full health and a smoke to cover if he decides to plant bomb. Breeze jumping MP9, Molotov on the feet. Good thing he threw that smoke, but he's gonna get spammed down. He's still alive and kicking. The knife comes through, and that stab from Breeze is the guardian angel for EG.
Okay, I thought that's where it got ugly. Instead, we had the end of the first 3 rounds, and they win it on the worst buy that you could have. After those first 2 rounds, though, you know, I'm not surprised that as long as they maintain the 5v5, they have a fighting chance, and they also avoid having to take out the 5-7 on Stanislaus. Stan decided to gamble heavier over towards the A site, put himself inside B, with just that 5-7 to lock it down, just clasped his hands and hoped that MIBR's game plan would change, and it did. And of course, Cirque. How critical was that scout flick? He does it so many times I'm almost numb to it, but it'll never get less impactful. Those shots are hard as hell to hit and mean the world.
Heavy A presence early. Evil Geniuses with 3 in tunnels. It is just KNG on the back of that B site. But Cirque, he's not locking down those mid doors, so the cross is possible. Taco, Molotov on Xbox, just trying to screw with any type of mid play. $18 rounds, securing double overtime. 19 for the win. Taco trying to line up shots, does damage whether he knows it or not, and then repositions onto Ethan. KNG can cover. He's got that second op shot in. Stan, very close already. He's just dropping utility, trying to buy time. There's the window peek, and Cirque 1 versus 3, or else MIBR, they've got that safety net secured. Flashbang into the eyes of Cirque. He hits the first shot, can't manage the second, and MIBR could win this.
Taco comes through huge, doing that damage through the smoke, getting blinded and pushed back. KNG staying alive with him, but it's all about Taco to lock it down with the first kill and that good bit of damage on the second. MIBR stayed 1 step ahead in all these trades, and as we can see, the cavalry arrived through the window to help out. They were just in time. Couldn't ask for better teammates in that spot. They all moved fast.
Oh, he hits him. Not
That's
quite
a
the
two-way
pick.
street.
But it's a commitment from Stan. There's a lot of bodies already here. 3 players for MIBR on the side of the smoke, and Stan goes down empty-handed. Further damage done. Everybody's dying, and MIBR 2 kills away. There's a little bit of fight still in Tarek, and he ducks back with bomb as Breeze opens shop on B. This is a full call. Come, rotate quick. But he actually doubles back. Do they mean to catch someone in rotation? What's the play?
Yeah, he was thinking about lower just because he needed to help his teammate escort the VIP, that's Tarek, to come through and get that bomb down on the site. Luckily for them, no CTs are in position to push in just yet. No one's going to rush the situation at all. This round was basically lost. For it to even come this close is startling, let alone entertaining the fact that they could actually win now.
Tarek switching over to the sniper. Breeze may not anticipate not just 1, not just 2, but 3 CTs in tunnels. Fallen drops him. Tarek so concerned with mid that his position is not going to help at all. MIBR do it. Your first grand finalists.
They open it up, and now we get that final that Sponge wanted. They're going to be in the finals. Furia. They can potentially meet them there. This is an intense bracket between the 4 teams with some of the most exciting results. This is an enormous victory for MIBR. I mean, we had questions about the Furia win. This goes to prove that they definitely have been playing well. They've been showing us slight improvements and adjustments and adaptations over time, and they just looked like such a tough opponent to beat, especially after that first map. Well played to EG.
MIBR.
Yeah.
They're a team that, don't forget, were eliminated at the original Spring Series. They got sent down into the showdown, Mohan, and came all the way back to the finals. If they could actually secure the bag, what a turnaround. They'd be doing it with different rosters as well. We saw Mayern in London, and now this fresh-faced MIBR. So good.
Yeah, so that's it. We're going to go now. Go to the desk to wrap this up. We got some interesting state of affairs between Sponge and Semler and some of the words from that last map. So let's go talk to them.
All the while, we have a player walking up, and now he takes that kill. The question is, can he land another? Flamey, there he is, straight in front of the crosshair on the edge of the smoke, and he's gonna work closer. No kid, the spam is his! He's gonna walk right through this, and it's gonna be an easy 2-piece, because he knows the scope is there. How about another?
He's got an ace, man. That's an easy kill right there. Vitality are starting to clear things out, so if timing is correct, yeah, they have an opportunity. Alex, he'll end up dying. Perfecto gets the first kill of the round.
Yep, too many players to handle. They all come at him at the very same moment. RPK meant to be slain, but Ahoy connects 3! USP taps, and Zywoo only gonna get one more. Still, Perfecto in a 1 versus 3 clutch. Yes. They're gonna start sprinting, and if he doesn't pull that trigger, he's got all 3! He sprays down the back 2 of the caboose and can't finish it, but my goodness, has he primed his team. But Flamey is his kryptonite again. RPK takes 3!
Just do that! Magus gets blind, and there's a chance. Zipnik falls in mid, but a double. 3 kills for Dupree, and a 4th on top. 5-0.
Goes to middle. They know they are no one catwalk. They're going to take the fight right away, and Config will land a party headshot, taking down Device and Megan, and he'll follow it up, taking down Dupree. That's 3. That's a whole arm of the attack gone, and the follow-up is amazing. They don't know if someone's in there waiting for him with a rifle, so he can't just book it there immediately. Dupree has somehow wrapped around them with the Deagle, and he's tapping away and taking down Poison, and here comes Device with an M4 instead. I can't believe that Astralis are back in this in a 2-on-1 now. Oboe alone, he's got 30 seconds, and he's picked up a Galil there. Not really sure that makes a big difference right now. I think that bomb plan is going to be what's really tricky. And he goes straight for it. Dupree almost catching him in the middle of it, but that at least gives him a little bit of space. He gets that headshot immediately. That's very quick. And now does he know Device pretty much can only be at this angle. He's out in the open, so if he doesn't win this fight immediately, Device will take him down, but Oba will do it! That's a triple kill. A little smile at the end. Complexity 2-on-2. They have a slight health advantage, but against these weapons for Astralis, it might not matter. Oh, Magisk, he had the health for it, but now he's been taken out and Sip just trying to buy time, flanking around, Blame hunting him down, and he turns for it. Immediate defuse. He's right there with the kid. Oh my god, I can't believe it. 16 and 12. Complexity taking down Astralis 2.
Fallen, you are the first team to make it to the finals here for the Americas, and you do it not only with a convincing scoreline on Train, but you also now do it in overtime on Dust2 when they reach the 15th round first. I can hear the celebrations going on in the background already from the guys, and rightly so, but how good does it feel to get to this position once again? It's been so long for you guys.
It feels amazing. It's the second finals we're going to reach on this first half of the year. The last one was on Flashpoint. Extremely happy with the results, extremely happy with the way we have been developing ourselves as players and also as person. Like, there's a lot of things going on here inside the team that's helping everyone to perform better. And we can feel this during the games. We can feel this during the comebacks. Today was a very tough day. The match was super difficult, and I'm super happy that we won it.
And we got to talk about TRK, man. This guy, you spoke about it when he came into the team.
Solid.
Slightly older, not a young talent that's coming in. And he is now proving himself why he deserves to be on this MIBR roster. Do you feel like he's just so much more comfortable at the moment?
Well, I think he's doing very well. I think he's doing great. He's getting better and better every game he plays. And he's just this type of player who you can really count in. Like, there won't be many blunders. There won't be many mistakes. And he's going to get some important frags. When situations shows up where he has to choose something, he's not afraid of it. He's going to choose it, and that's it. So he's exactly the player we were looking for. So I'm very satisfied with TRK. And to top it all, he's a super good guy outside the game as well. He's same age as us, kind of the same age, so he helps a lot. Same subjects we like to talk, same things on life. So it's great to have him on the team. We're loving it.
Well, there we go. A positive vibe coming in from Fallen there. I mean, obviously, he has reason to be happy. They've made it to the grand finals. Like he says, second time so far in the beginning of this year. So good on MIBR. They've done it. EG, not able to lock it down in overtime. Not able to lock it down in regulation either. So a tough map to end this series on.
Yeah, and history that repeated itself. A very, very similar game as to what MIBR and EG did in the showdown. MIBR able to finally close this Dust2 game, and I just want to echo Fallen's sentiment during that interview about TRK. Anytime I see him in super high pressure situation, I feel like he has an idea. I feel like he knows what he's doing. In terms of stats, 29 to 21, that's quite good actually, even if he wasn't exploding everything. But he is very solid. He looks like he knows how he's playing, and he brings a lot of certainty to that MIBR squad.
Yeah, look, I think pleasantly surprised is the way that I want to label watching MIBR this evening. I think the ideas that they were showing in retakes within the mid rounds, TRK is one that stands out obviously. Fur playing to a high level, Fallen and KNG both getting it done with the AWPs once we made it into that overtime there. There was a lot of stuff here that I wasn't expecting to see out of MIBR, and that's a good sign. I think that all of this practice and hard work that they've been putting in is obviously paying off. We saw that here this evening, but it looked to me like in a lot of the scenarios they were on the same page. And that comes through theory, that comes through talking before getting into the server, and that's what we heard in the interviews that they had been focusing on. So once again, it's looking good.
It is looking up, but for somebody, you know, it's not looking so hot right now, and that somebody is Stanislav, in-game leader for Evil Geniuses. We're able to catch up with him now.
Inferno looks so much better from you guys this time around, Stan, but then we come on to Train their pick, and what changed for you guys? Because they really just came out swinging and you just didn't have the answers.
I think Train, they just capitalized on our setups on inner. So I'm usually close, and then Cirque is my rotator normally, and they just isolated him, which left me close, and I either had to play by myself or far back, and then we just gave them the bomb side inner early on, and so they manipulated that very well, and they just outplayed us on the entire map, so props to them.
And when it comes to Dust 2, right, you reach the 15th round first, you get 4 CT rounds in a row, it looks like you're going to close it out. Then they managed to pull it back, and once we saw you get to overtime, it seemed to be a real struggle. What was the mentality like for the guys at this point? Were you starting to lose a bit of control at that point?
No, the mentality was good throughout the match. I'm pretty happy with that aspect of our game, but I think we just made small tactical mistakes and missed a few kills here and there. And I think overall it was a good match, and I don't think we played too badly, so we shouldn't be too down on ourselves. We still have another chance against Furia later, so I think it's just small little mistakes that cost us this game on Dust 2.
And so, as we heard it right there from Stam, small mistakes end up costing the series, but they are not done yet. There is still a lower bracket, although it is painful to send these guys to the lower bracket because we wanted that Furia MIBR matchup so badly. And I don't want to see Evil Geniuses get eliminated. I don't know.
Why it's painful? It's painful because we're sending him to play against Furia. That's why it is painful for Evil Genius.
I still hope we get this matchup, right? Like it's unfortunate that now we have to wait one extra day, but in the grand final, maybe it'll be even sweeter. I think EG, you know, the fact that the interviews for them started the day with "we need to minimize mistakes" and the interview closed with "we made too many mistakes." Look, it can't just be the mistakes, can it? Like, let's be honest here. Obviously, a game is Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike is a game of minimizing your mistakes here, but they were outplayed in a lot of these different scenarios, and I think they dropped the ball on Inferno, which allowed MIBR to warm into things going into train, so we can go all the way back to map number 1.
Map number 1, and well, here we have it. EU brackets as well. This is what we'll be playing out. We're going to be getting to it. And FaZe Clan Complexity in the upper bracket. That's a fantastic match. Complexity have got a lot to live up to. Na'Vi versus Vitality, though, is going to be insane. Simple versus ZywOo, the two teams clashing. Shoxy putting on one hell of a show tonight. And so definitely looking forward to seeing him measure up here against Na'Vi. But as far as the predictions are concerned, gentlemen.
Yes, let's talk about predictions.
Are concerned.
Look at that.
Well, you know, Chad just saved himself. So we'll give him that.
Thank you for allowing the last minute change.
Yeah.
I'm a benevolent God.
You're
I think
generous.
Is that the way it goes? Yeah.
Listen, Samra, I think I know what's my problem with predictions, right? When we go to offline events, usually I think I'm relatively decent at feeling teams and knowing where they stand. And after day 1, I have a good idea and a good grasp of how they work in their form. But it does look like online, I am completely unable to do that. I go to bed with an idea about a team, and the next day they show something completely different, which is cool. Like, I don't care about my scoreline. It makes Counter-Strike very fun. But I have been completely unable to predict how teams will behave. And it goes from day 1 to day 2, and it goes from map 1 to map 2. This online CS is wild.
I don't know how my brain is working right now, but the first thing I thought when you're like, man, I really love feeling up these teams. I was like, don't be in a room alone with Maniac.
Oh,
I'm losing.
It's late. It's late. It's really late, but it's not that late. That's like, and it's, oh wait, it's a Friday night. Yeah, maybe it is late enough.
It's a Friday night, gentlemen. It's a Friday night. Thanks, man.
Oh.
It's been a long day, guys. It's been a long week. I mean, this is our 5th day. Best of 3s through and through. I mean, it seems like we're ending at 3 in the morning every night. So, you know, we've got some, you know, it's consistent there. It's consistent. But this is what's coming up tomorrow, and it's going to be more CS. 2 best of 3s in Europe, 1 best of 3 in North America. Evil Geniuses versus Furia. That's going to be insane. Both of those teams, I expect it to go 3 maps as well. I expect overtime there as well. It should be an excellent match. Obviously, we'll be kicking things off with Europe here in the European time zone, as this is where we are working from. So, guys, I got to thank you once again for your excellent service here on the desk today. It's been great, and better luck tomorrow with the predictions. Chad, that was your one. You know, gimme. You're on your own from here.
I'll take it. All
right, well, thanks so much, guys. Thanks to everybody tuning in. Be sure to follow us on the socials so you'll know when we go live if you missed that match overview. You know, the Blast Twitter has got plenty of spicy memes, and also the fan cams. And so if you want to be a part of the fan cams, get on the stream yourself. Definitely go and check it out. But that's going to be it from us here tonight at Blast Premiere. We'll see you tomorrow.